Guess I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Yeah, susceptible now before the moment flies, before it flies. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Susceptible now before the moment flies.
Shout out, shout out. It is a wonderful, wonderful Friday night here with Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. Appreciate you guys being here, all 14 of you thus far. Tonight's topic is going to be a great one. This is an encouraging word for Black men. This has nothing to do with our Argentina brethren and their racism. It has nothing to do with the white brothers or our Latin brothers, but this is our moment in time. This is not an anti-sister rant or to introduce us to the snow bunnies. This is just Black men in a barbershop and in a pool hall or at an investment meeting, just having a conversation. There are amazing things that Black men have been doing over the last few years that we don't get credit for. We're going to talk about some of those things tonight. We're going to talk about, in other words, from 1960s all the way till now, the fall and the sudden rise of Black men. We're going to talk about the past, some of the things that we've had to overcome, whether it was the separation of homes in the 60s and 70s, whether it was the drug epidemic of the 80s and 90s, or whether it was feminism in the 2000s and beyond. Somehow, some way, Black men have yet to be defeated. In other words, we've overcome it all. And now we're starting to realize that why stay in the country that didn't appreciate us when we can go to other countries that truly do. So shout out to the Black men. Let's get started with today's shout outs because I want to get directly to this show. I'm excited about this one. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let that beat hit you. I just love our intros. I really do. Friday night, some of you guys got paid. Some of you guys are just enjoying the Friday evening, hanging out with your boy, stacking the money that you do got for your next vacation. Starting tomorrow, we're going to be talking about the Petronio Alvarez Festival, which will be coming up in a couple weeks, as well as next week, they're going to be having the Rose Festival or the Flower Festival in Medellin, Colombia. Shout out to T-Mac, who was able to meet the mayor of Medellin today. Shout out to T-Mac. And all the things that all you guys are doing, all the positive things that men are doing over there in Medellin. Shout out to all you military men over there in Medellin, Colombia as well. Let's get started with our brother, Kenny Peoples. Good evening, Kitty. Salute to you, brother, by the way. He said, good evening, Andre. He said, I got lime and tortilla chips or Torelli chips or tortella chips. Hope I pronounced that correctly. Ready for this finna be good. Oh, this finna be good. Okay. Shout out to you, brother. It is finna be good. I got a cold one sitting right here. Yes, sir. Got some Stella. Shout out to the chat. Yo, Dre, your shirt. He said, I got a couple of those Holsa or polos. I think you wanted to mention say polos. But yeah, man. Oh yeah. Polos. Yes, sir. I like this color. Goes along with the complexion very well. Goes with the complexion very well. Shout out to you guys. And David Dice of the Dice family in the building. Good evening to all my quality brothers. How y'all doing tonight? I'm having a great time, man. Having a great time. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dave says, salute to the family. Andre and Andrea. Salute to you guys. Salute to you guys. Mr. Ahmad Milner is in the building. Mr. Milner himself. Salute to you also, sir. Glad to see that you're here. And my man, Kichi, man, shout out to you, man. We're going to have a good one tonight for you, brother. I'm telling you, you're going to love this one. This is to encourage you men, because there's too many false narratives that's being put out there on black men on social media. Things that are not true. They're statistically false, and yet women are co-signing it. And the only people that are going to defend it is us guys who stand up and let the stats be the stats and the facts be the facts. That black men may have been going through turmoil in the past, but we are on an uphill climb, whether others, including our sisters, including Dr. Umar, whether they want to admit it or not. We're doing some amazing things. Shout out to Don, aka the Don JP in the building. Glad to see you here. Good evening, chat. And to Andrea and Andrea. Good morning to you brothers out there in Southeast Asia. Salute, love, crossing borders. My brethren, Dre. He said, good morning from the Philippines. On this topic, man, he said, brothers have been doing this since the 90s. Absolutely correct. In silence. It's time we let them know. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Guys have been doing so many things silently. Now we can come out and let individuals know that we are on an uphill climb. Shout out to all you brothers, and shout out to them Detroit boys in the building.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't
play with me. We all them Detroit boys. My Uncle Jeffrey, shout out to you being in the building as well as my brother Poor Man with 313. Czar Goldface says this. He say, to all my chat brother, what up, doe? Shout out to you Detroiters with the what up, doe. He said, and to my nephew, you know what it is. Love you. Yes, sir. Love you too, Jeffrey. Love you too, brother. Yes, sir. Let me scroll down a little further. I'm excited about this live stream tonight because we also got our brother in the building, Leo Gaines, kind sir. Glad to see Leo in the building. He say, shout out, Dre, and chat, happy Friday. Yes, sir. It is a great Friday, man. It is a great Friday. He said, how you quality brothers doing today? Dave said, this evening, I'm doing pretty good, man. Pretty good, man. Me and Andrea went and hung out today, had a good time, made it back in time to talk about this topic. The foundation of this topic was brought up by O'Shea Duke Jackson. Shout out to O'Shea in his YouTube channel. Make sure you guys subscribe to O'Shea Duke Jackson. And he brought this to the forefront. And so I kind of expanded on it. I said, this makes sense. I say, but it's most of it is talking about the downfall of black men, but there is a uprising when it comes to the black man as well. We're doing some amazing things. And so I kind of expanded on it, and we're going to do that tonight. Shout out to my brother Jay Fleming in the building. Shout out to you and salute to you as well, brother. Glad to see that you're here. Scroll down a little further, show some love. He said, Dre, I changed my plans about coming to the festival. I'd rather be there for Thanksgiving. Cool. Spending it with the family. Cool. That's cool with us. Because you know I'm going to cook something healthy. Yes, sir. Come on down, brother. Come on down. Yeah, we had a good time last year for Thanksgiving. For all you guys that have never been to Cali, Colombia for Thanksgiving or Medellin, the Marriott, I don't know what they do in Medellin, but I think it's global. The Marriott has a very nice Thanksgiving dinner. I kid you not. So all you guys in Medellin, you guys need to start setting up to where you guys get together for Thanksgiving. I know many of you do, but I kid you not. We had quite a few people here last year. We had about 15, 20 of us. It was Will, T-Mac, it was Victor here, Jeffrey was here last year, Terrell was here last year. I'm trying to think about everybody that was sitting around the table because they get this long table and they served the meals and it was really fancy and it was really nice, man, at the Marriott. So we might schedule that again this year. So anybody interested to come down to Cali, Colombia, or even Medellin, but to Cali, Colombia during Thanksgiving and you don't have anything else to do, come on down, man. We got your back. You can hang out with the family down here. Yes, sir. And David says this with the $10 love. Dave says, Dre, honestly, I'm just tired of explaining that these Western chicks and simplistic simps that quality brothers are winning overseas. Just ignore those people. Big ideas can't fit into small minds. That's absolutely correct. That's a great way of putting it. That is a great way of putting it. That's a great way of putting it. So tonight, remember, we're going to start off with the fall of the black man. We're going to see what's going on from the West, what has happened to us from the 60s all the way until now, to where many men have fallen by the wayside. And then we're going to take time to look at the advancement of the black man and see how many of us are doing extremely well in locations, in other locations where we're appreciated and not just tolerated. A bro wanna go is in the building. Salute to you as well. Salute to you as well. He said 89 days before coming back to Colombia. But who's counting? Man, I was counting those days too, brother. I remember I was counting those days too. I won't even lie to you. Salute to you, brother. Let's scroll down because we got our brother Bronx in the building. Yes, sir. We know it's going to be a good one now. He said, what areas do you suggest for brothers? FPNTO. I don't know what that is. I don't know what FPNTO is. Give me a little clarity and I'll answer your question, Bronx. Give me a little clarity. And Jeff says this. He said it was about 15 of us at around the table. Yeah, it was fun, man. I ain't gonna even plus we had Pilar there and her husband. Pilar is going to be having Pilar and talking to her about. She is the one that helps individuals when it comes to your health. So if you're looking to get checkups and all type of things while you're here in Cali, Colombia, she is the one. She has helped so many guys, man. When it comes to if you need so many guys have had surgeries down here that were expensive in the States, and they got with Pilar and was able to get it taken care of. So I'm going to get everything set up with her as well. Yes, sir. And my brother Delwyn is in the building. Mr. Justin himself. Salute to you as well, guys. Salute to you as well. Now, as I was saying, let me change the music up for us. As I was saying, man, there are men among us that are doing far better than others. For some of you that didn't get a chance to check out that Stephen A. Smith interview with him and his daughter, when his daughter said, I don't care how much money you give me, when you get old, I'm putting you in a nursing home. We're going to look at that tonight. There are some black men, no matter how much money you're making in the States, you are faltering. If my daughter told me that you are guaranteed to be in a nursing home when you die. If I was Stephen A. Smith and I was any of you dudes that heard something crazy like that, I would guarantee I would have a villa, probably in Mexico or Colombia or the Caribbean. I would have me a live-in nurse, and I'd be living my best life. And my kids, who was going to put me in a nursing home, no matter how much money I made and how much money I gave them, I wouldn't leave them a grand. I leave my money to a pet or a fundraiser before I left it to any of those ungrateful kids. There used to be a time where kids appreciated the father, appreciated the man in the family. Now, not so much, it seems. So we're going to look at how black men, no matter what's taking place in the United States, are still rising in other countries. Let's get ready to get started. Let me turn that music down a little bit, just one more, and we're going to get started. And once again, shout out to our brother O'Shea Duke Jackson for laying the foundation of this particular video that we're watching.
From the mid 1970s to the 1990s, we saw the definitive icons of Black America, especially as it related to strong Black fatherhood in the Black community. We saw it from the working class Black father, such as James Evans Sr., played by John Amos on Good Times. We saw it on The Cosby Show with the character Dr. Heathcliff Huxtable, played by Bill Cosby. And we also saw this with the character Carl Winslow, played by Reginald Vell Johnson. All of these three Black men represented different age groups and different incomes, but they all represented dedication and sacrifice to Black families. And many of us wanted to become just like them.
He's right, you know.
The absent Black father, a lie, was born, sold, and still profits, from chains to character. You heard the Black stereotype. Black fathers are missing. What if I told you it's one of the longest running lies in American history, built brick by law by law? It has its roots in Reconstruction. After the Civil War, slavery was abolished, but white power structures needed a new way to control Black bodies, especially Black men. That's when the myth of the Black brute emerged, a violent, uncontrollable male figure, a threat to the white women, white property, and white supremacy, a perfect excuse for lynching, voter suppression, and recriminalizing Black existence. So,
before he goes any further, for those that don't know, if you do your homework on the history of what America's made illegal at one point in time or another, I'll give you a perfect example. Did you know prohibition was built off of selling society that drunk Black men would grape and molest and beat would be uncontrollable if Black men drank? One of the tools that they used to convince America for prohibition was us. They said when we got drunk, it was out of control. Another one was marijuana. Did you know one of the tools that they used to make marijuana illegal in the United States was if Black men got hold of drugs, they destroy communities. You can look it up. There are several things that they made illegal, saying that the unruly Black man was the reason why we can't do this particular thing. Because if it ever got in his hands, oh my God, there are a lot of products that they did that with. So what he's saying is absolutely correct. Shout out to Obi being in the building. Hope you're having a great day. What's up, brother? Oh yeah, appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. I look forward to it too, as well. So let's go back to the video.
so began the rise of Black codes, criminalizing vagrancy, lordery, or talking back, chain gangs, and convict leasing, which funneled thousands of freedmen back into forced labor. Media propaganda like Birth of a Nation in 1950, which portrayed Black men as rapists and savages, sparked Klan revivals and national hysteria. Let's be clear. The dangerous Black man was a social fear. It was a deliberate invention designed to justify surveillance, separation, and systemic exclusion. From danger to derelict. As the 20th century progressed, white American story about Black men evolved from the violent criminal to the irresponsible father. This was a PR pivot, not a progress story. Enter the Moynihan Report in 1965, where the U.S. government said the fundamental problem is family structure. That's rich considering the Jim Crow laws dismantled Black wealth and community. The GI Bill excluded Black vets. Public housing split families, and welfare rules forced men out of the home to qualify
A lot of people outside of the military don't know that. A lot of people outside of the military do not know that black men were excluded in the 60s, 70s. I'm not even sure about the 80s of the GI Bill. All the benefits to be able to purchase a home, couldn't get that. The economic opportunity for schooling, couldn't get that. Take it from a college recruiter. I have never seen a black man or heard of a black man using the GI Bill, but I've had plenty of white students be able to come to me using the GI Bill benefits. Oh yeah, send me, by the way, guys, if you guys want a copy of this particular montage video that I put together, you guys know how I am. I always give them away. So if you are interested in getting this video montage, it's about 35 minutes, right? If you're interested in getting this video montage, shoot me I think I was, somebody a video. I think I owe Kenny or somebody a video. But shoot me an email and I will get this video out to you guys. Shoot me an email, I'll get this video out to you, gentlemen, if you're interested in this particular montage. But yeah, they one of the reasons why the guys that came back from the wars and the guys that retired from the military who were black weren't able to advance and move into suburbs as readily as whites were when they came back from the war and came back and retired from the military, because black men, to a certain extent, were not allowed to use the GI Bill. He said, Dead Presidents, one of my favorite movies, is fictional, but they were saying something about it. Yep, absolutely correct. And most of us didn't know that at all. Let's continue on, gentlemen.
It's not the black men weren't present, it's that they were systematically punished for being there. The stereotype of the absent black father replaced black brute, but kept the same function. The black people for inequality, the justified disinvestment over policing and mass incarceration to distract from the real problem, structural racism within this PR. Let's look at 2013. The CDC study again, yes, the government one. Black dads are more likely than white and Hispanic dads to eat meals with their kids, help with homework, bathe and dress their kids, read to them, and yet the myth persists. Why? Because the lie is convenient. It absolves policymakers, it fuels TV crime dramas, and it lets racism dress up like a concern for children. This isn't about missing fathers. It's about missing accountability for systems that created this myth and the receipts that prove it. It's a lie.
Black fathers get a bad rap. We can be everything to our children and still have to face the world, as if our roles in our families and communities haven't survived slavery, convict leasing, lynchings, the war on drugs, the 1 in 3 black men who have been through the carceral system. And yet black fatherhood still thrives. Because the stats simply don't stand up to the myth.
Daddy.
Majority of black fathers, they live with their children, even when they're not with the mother. And according to a 2013 CDC report, black dads, whether they live with their children or not, are more actively involved in their children's lives than any other race. We are more likely to provide physical care, bathing, changing diapers, and feeding them, reading to them and helping with their homework, and asking about their days. And if you think black men are just making up these stories, skewed data, in 2008 and 2018 surveys of mothers, we learned that for fathers who don't live with their kids, black fathers were the most involved of any other race. So to all my black dads, we don't just exist in 90s sitcoms. We really out here, whether the media is reporting on it or not. And I want you to know I see you, brother. And you're doing a good job.
Now, my mother went to college in the 60s, and I was a product of the 90s. And so many of us young black men who were involved in church wanted to also get married and make our communities proud. At this particular time, a lot of young black men still wanted the respect of the black community, but that was in the 90s. So the question is, what changed? Fast forward. A few days ago, Stephen A. Smith had his daughter Samantha on the show. And this happens from time to time. But this conversation is what got people talking.
And then when I'm older
and I have nothing.
Nursing home.
And I need you to take care of me.
Nursing home.
You can't do that.
Nursing
You're not
home.
going to do that.
2 words, Dad.
Nursing home. So you put your dad in a nursing home.
Nursing home. You need to find me my own house.
You really are on drugs.
You need to find me an Amex card. You need to find me more clothes. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much to build. Like how you said, you're still going up. We can go up together. This doesn't have to be a you thing. It can be a we thing.
And then when I'm older and I have nothing.
Nursing home.
And I need you to take care of me.
Nursing home.
You can't do that.
Nursing
You're not going to do that.
2 words, Dad.
Nursing home. So you put your dad in a nursing home.
Nursing home. Well, what else would I do? Take care of you myself?
How about that? Or put me in your home and have 24-hour nursing assistant.
In my house?
Yeah, why not?
With my kids? And my car? And my husband? And my pool? And my guest room?
I'm just your dad.
Exactly.
The one that made it all possible.
I would love you from a distance, Dad. You know I love you from a distance. We better that way. You my heart, though.
Can we leave now? Can you just say goodbye to the audience? Because I'm done. I'm done with this.
I had a great time here with you guys. You know, as always, it really matters that we get to spend this time together. I would love to come back soon, so make sure that you spam the comments, find his email, spam that too. Get me back on.
By the way, why does it say official Samantha A. Smith?
Thank you so much for bringing that up. That's so selfless of you. That's my Instagram. You guys should go drop a follow.
Hold it. Why does it have to be official? Why could it just say Samantha A. Smith?
Because when I saw your username and yours was just Stephen A. Smith, I was like, that's basic. I need to do official so they know I'm not here to play like you are. I had a great time here today, you guys. I really, clock it. Go ahead real quick. Clock it. Clock it. You guys, I had such a good time here today. I love spending time with you all. So does my dad. Thank you guys for taking care of him while I'm gone. But I'm here. Let me know if you guys want to see more. Let me know what you guys want to see. Let me know if I should start my own podcast. Let me know if I should crash his more. I think that there's even more to talk about. Are you asleep while I'm talking? Are you asleep while I'm talking?
I'm wide awake.
Dad, like, the levels of disrespect that I experience in this relationship are like unfathomable, truly. It's been great, you guys. Have a wonderful rest of your day. As we all know, the hairline is only receding as time goes on. Keep giving him money. We're going to get to Turkey soon. I really do believe in us and I believe in him. I love you, Dad. Thank you so much for having me on, or you should thank me for having you on my show. And it's been a really great experience. I love you all, and
yeah. 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 I get it. Stephen, like the brother said, Stephen A. Smith cut off his father, not realizing the day will come where he'll be cut off by his daughters. This is not a parody. This is not a joke, or they're not acting. She's being herself. She's being as her father and mother raised her. Men like Stephen A. Smith are the part of where we talk about the fall of black men. A lot of times we sit back and see the guys like Stephen A. Smith, and we think that they're on television and they're making this money. They go to all these free basketball games and sporting events, and they're making millions. But as a man, they're treated like peasants. They're treated like peasants in their own household. And I don't blame the little girl. I'll say this again. It's all on the parents on this one. So when he gets old and he's alone, he can't blame anybody but himself. Because that young lady was serious. You are going into a nursing home effing with me, Dad. You F with me, Dad. I will have you in a nursing home if you think that you could depend on me. It is 2026, and it's a dang shame that black men, not most, but too many, excuse me, too many are falling by the wayside. Even those with money. Let's go to the comments. Let's go to the comments. I want to hear what you guys have to say. Shout out to Growth in the building, as well as African Wolf. He say, that's how the wealth and home ownership gap blew up for white folks. Absolutely correct. In many cases with that GI Bill, same black soldiers couldn't get the benefits. Absolutely correct. Medium Man has so many videos on the myth of the black dads. That's so true. Even black dads that don't live in the same house as their children still spend time with their children far more than white men. But a lot of people don't want to talk about that. Yes, sir. I wouldn't leave her a grand. I wouldn't leave her nothing. Yes, that's the monster that he made. I wouldn't leave her a grand. These dudes create these monsters with their money. Shaq said the same thing about his daughters. I remember watching I wish I would have put it in here in this clip. Shaq said that I know that I've created monsters. I know I've ruined my daughters' relationship lives by spoiling them and making them into daddy's little girls instead of making them into wives or women that could stand on their own 2 feet. Shaq said, I know that I have ruined my daughter, or I think it said daughter or daughters. A lot of men know how to make the money, but they do not how to make a family. They do not know how to build a community. Building a community does not mean donate millions or be able to accomplish millions. All that is great. But if you can't accomplish raising a proper person for society, let's be honest. Okay, here we go. That man's daughter gonna get ran through. No offense, Stephen A. All you did was set your daughter up to get ran through. She gonna be some bitter older chick with some money, and a lot of dudes that come from the same thing gonna run through your daughter. Like with the scene we saw or going to see with LeBron's son. LeBron's son is running through your daughter right now. Right now, one of LeBron's boys is running, got your daughter bent over, ass up. Your child, bruh. What are you thinking? These are, bruh. And I'll even put in allegedly, because this is not a put down to the young lady. This is a put down of the father. Black male fathers got to step our game up, bruh. We got to step our game up. We cannot let our children go out like this just because we got money. Let's continue on. The brother said the truth said is just. Absolutely. She said it. So if it happens, he can't get mad. The African Wolf is in the building. My favorite YouTube name. He say, and all got kids just like that too. Excuse me. And y'all got kids just like that too. That's sad. That's sad. since the entitlement of these kids. Because this is what it is with black men. Y'all ready? Here's our problem. We didn't have. And so when we finally got, we thought we were going to have our children experience what we would have wanted to experience as kids. We wanted our kids to experience what our childhood would have been if our parents had money. The only difference is we are different from our parents. Yes, we have more money than our parents, but we don't have the more morals than our parents. See, our parents may not have had a lot of money, but they had a lot more morals than we had. Our parents knew how to say no. They knew how to say yes. Parents of today, they don't know how to say no. And so they develop these type of monsters. Ironically, Stephen A. Father cut his father off, so the fruit don't fall far from the tree. Dave says this. Hold on. That ungrateful brat said that she would put her father in a home. Disgusting. Brother, I used to work in a nursing home. I'm telling you, black people and white people put their people in nursing homes and never come back. And I'm telling you something, you know who does it the most? Y'all ready? Black people and white people with money. Let y'all make over $80,000 a year. Y'all putting y'all kids in, y'all putting y'all parents in a home. Let you make $200,000 a year. You putting your parents in a home. It don't be broke people that do that. Broke people are not putting their parents in a home, even though they know Medicaid or Medicare will pay for it. Broke people aren't doing that. It's people, I kid you not. It's people that got money. Like I said, I worked in a nursing home for 2 years. That was my first job out the feds. And I never saw anybody come visit their family. Y'all got money and y'all do not visit y'all mamas, y'all aunties, y'all grandmamas in the nursing home. Y'all do not visit ever. Ever. Every once in a while, you see somebody come visit their mom or their uncle or their dad. For the most part, visiting hours, hell no, y'all ain't coming through. So if y'all think what she's talking about doing is far-fetched, it's not. Shout out to our Canadian brother in the building. Let me go back. There we go.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, oh, Canada.
Black Nubian in the building. Glad to see that you're here. And Dave says this. He says, she said a nursing home so quick and smooth. She meant that. Yep. The degenerate behavior by a degenerate individual. She just being what her daddy raised her to be. She's being what her daddy raised her to be. I don't think so. I don't think so. Because I've seen it too many times. See, if I hadn't worked in a nursing home, I probably couldn't confirm what she said. I'll say that again. If I hadn't worked in a nursing home, I couldn't confirm what she said. But because I saw it, and I saw so many people be put in a nursing home that came from great careers. Dude, I would sit up in a nursing home and just talk to the people and just hear their stories of how many millions they made and how well off they were. And when they got old, after being financially successful, their family stuck them in a nursing home. A nursing home is nothing but prison for old folks. I'm gonna tell you that now. Some people, yes, nursing homes are needed to make sure that they're all right. Special needs people, yes. Because they're not just old people in nursing homes. There are also people that are special needs people that can't take care of themselves. We, think about nursing homes and the narrative is older people. And that's true. Most people in the nursing home are older people. But there is a floor on every nursing home in every nursing home of nothing but special needs people that are older. It's one thing to be blind when you're young. It's another thing to be blind and you are going through Alzheimer's. It's one thing to be special needs and you have mental issues, you know. And now you're an older person and you have those issues. So I saw people that were special needs in their 40s. I saw special needs people in their 30s that were in nursing homes too. But when it comes to families, man, y'all don't care. Y'all do not care, man. If grandmama could have been grandmama could have been mayor of your city when she was young. She started off as a nurse, got 2 degrees, owned 5 houses across the country. But when grandmama get old, Americans have no problem with sticking grandma after all that success into a nursing home. So when this woman says that she has no problem sticking her successful father in the nursing home, I'm telling you now, I've seen it over and over and over again. It is not poor people that do it. It is not the average person that does it. Usually when I see it, it was always an older person that came from money, they made money, or it was an older person that came from children that made money. So the son was a doctor or the daughter was a nurse. They put they mama in a nursing home. They too busy driving around in Bugattis, Ferraris. They ain't got no time to take care of their mama. They too busy smashing chicks. They put their mama in a nursing home and move on. I'm telling y'all what I saw, man. It's the craziest thing. You got money to get your mother in-house, get out to create. There are people that have money to build an in-law suite for their mom, so their mom or dad can have their own apartment. And then also have a 24-hour nurse or nurse's aide make sure that mom is taken care of. And they will not do it. They will stick mom in that nursing home and never, and I mean never, come back until it's time to claim the body. And that's how ungrateful Americans are towards each other. He said, couldn't be me. She would have gotten disowned and cut off immediately. Me too, seriously. That's not something you play with, especially with a guy like me who's seen it. That's not nothing you play with. You don't play with a parent talk about nursing homes. That's not nothing you play with. That's not nothing you toy with. Young, clueless, and ungrateful. Absolutely correct. Jermon says this. Shout to Jermon. He said, now we see why the corporation known as American is replacing these young people who carry an attitude of entitlement and victimhood with migrants, replacing them with migrants. Absolutely correct. He said, don't get upset now. Y'all got kids like this too. Preach, brother. That's why I showed it. Stephen A. Smith is not the only one that got kids like this. Some of y'all making good money. Some of y'all ex-military, y'all making good money. Y'all make sure that y'all kids went through school. Y'all make sure y'all kids took advantage of all the benefits that you brought to the table. And I'm telling you, if you were not moving to another country, all you expats, all you ex-military, I'm going to tell you now, if you were not moving to another country, the habit of the United States is to put your ex-military tail in a nursing home. Not my kids. Oh, yes, your kids too. This is a brand new generation. And I'm going to tell you something. What I learned from working in a nursing home also, every one of those old people that said, not my kids, were the ones that was in the nursing home. Every one of those old people could not believe that their kids stuck them in the nursing home. Every single one of them. See how I knew my job was I was fresh out of prison, and so it was my job to go from floor to floor and get the food trays. So I'm on every floor, I'm passing every room, I'm seeing what's going on. I'm seeing old white women, older black women, old black men, old Latin men. I talk to them. Ain't nobody there to talk to them. So I talk to them. And you will be amazed at what they used to be in life. They were not bums. They did not come from poor families. They were not poor people. You will see, I'm gonna tell you something. Y'all ready? Some of the most educated people that I have ever met, I have met in nursing homes. Harvard, Yale, University of Michigan, Penn State, UCLA. I'm telling you, do not be fooled because your family sees you as successful at a younger age in your 40s, 50s, 60s, that they will not turn on you in your 80s, in your 70s. That's one of the, I'm gonna tell you something for real. Y'all ready? That's one of the reasons why I'm such an advocate for taking care of your health as you age. We looked at that yesterday of the bone density of a person that's in their 70s that doesn't exercise compared to the bone density and the muscle density of a person in their 70s that does exercise. I don't care how well your kids treat you while you 40, 50, 60. I don't care how well your kids treat you while you 35 and they're bouncing on your knee. This is a new generation of young people. And I am here to tell you, take care of your health. Or if you are not going to take care of your health, at least go to a country where you can afford to have people take care of your health for you. Because you know it's too expensive to do it in the United States. You know in the United States that you got to either choose between medication or your meal when you're an older person. Let's be real. Everybody doesn't have a pension. Everybody doesn't have a retirement fund. Or everybody doesn't have Social Security that's going to take care of everything. And they've already said by 2035, Social Security is going to drop down by 25% if this Congress doesn't do anything about it. And it looks like they aren't, because the Social Security Trust Fund is running out of money. And it's been like that for the last 7 years. So if you think that you're going to sit in the United States as an elderly person and live out your best years, United States ain't never been known as a country for older people. Ever. 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 It's a country where you make your money and you get the hell up out of there. Well, I want to see my grandkids. Go back and visit them. You really want to see them grandkids? You better go back and visit them. You live in an era where you can video chat your grandkids every single day. You ain't got no excuse for not living in another country in your older years. I want to see my grandkids every day. Well, you can see them every day by video chat. You could go home 3 times a year and you don't have to go broke. But if you think that you gonna make money in the United States and you will not get stuck in the nursing home, okay.
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
Shout out to Kofi in the building. He said, my cousin was a nurse for an old white lady in a nursing home. The lady's kids dropped her off and barely came back, even on holidays. When the white lady died, she left my cousin a bag and her house. I wouldn't deny that. I would do the same thing. If my family deserted me, I would leave the finances to the person that took care of me on my deathbed. Yes, I would. Shout out to you, brother, for that story. Thank you for sharing that story. Thank you for sharing that story. He said, ain't no way she's speaking like that at the house. It's a performance. So y'all think. Okay, let me ask you this. Why would he do that? Why would Stephen A. Smith, who already has the bag, he's not some dude that's like, I need the money to go viral. I need the video to go viral so I can make money. This is not the first time this young lady has talked like this on the show. If you follow his daughters, then you know that this is not an act. If you follow Stephen A. Smith's daughters and how they act in real life, you would know this is not an act. The reason why y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Y'all ready, black men? Here we go. The reason why y'all want it to be an act, because you would hope that your kids does not do that. They won't do that to you. That's why you want this to be an act. That's why you want this to be a purity or a prank. Because you want to believe that in real life, people don't do this. And I'm telling you, I worked in this field. I'm not telling you something that I heard or a rumor. I worked in a nursing home. I saw what people do to their children, what children do to their parents, and successful parents. I rarely saw people that only had that had a decent house, they was broke, and they put their grandmama in a nursing home. Nope, they kept their grandmama right in their house with them. Like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, they kept all the old people in the house. But people that got money, that's why y'all don't want to believe it. Because y'all don't want to believe that your daughter who you love so much, your two sons that you love so much, your grandkids that you love so much would not put you in a nurse, or your wife or the mother of your sons in a nursing home. And I'm here to tell you, okay, black men, because it's not televised as much, because it's not talked about as much, y'all think it doesn't happen as much. I'm here to tell you by experience, it happens a lot more than you black men want to give it credit for. That's why you want to look at this as a parody. It don't have nothing to do with Stephen A. Smith. It has to do with you brothers don't want to admit to yourselves that this is actually going on, even though I'm telling you I worked in that field. Y'all would rather tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. You would rather say that that's a parody and that's fake and she would never do that. And I'm telling you that that happens all the time. All the time. Remember a couple of months ago, I told you a story. Every Saturday in the nursing home, it would be like 15, 20, 30 older people, wheelchairs, deaf, didn't matter. They'd be in the front lobby. Now, Andre's thinking that, when you see them take older people on a field trip to the park, you're thinking they're going to take a couple of vans and they're going to take the older people to the park, let them out of the nursing home for a little while. They're going to take them to the mall. You know how when you see them walking with the older people in the wheelchair and they be in the mall like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. This is what I'm thinking that they're doing with the older people every Saturday, right? So when I see the older people, I'm coming in to work about 6, 7 o'clock. I see the older people. They're already lined up. Dressed, they dress the best that they can be. I'm walking past. Hey, everybody, I keep going. This had to go on for like 2 or 3 months, right? Older people, Saturday, I walk past. One day, the front desk girl was I got to know her just through conversation. So I asked, I said, where they going today? It was Saturday. She said, where is who going today? I say, all the people that stand in here. I said, they're here every weekend. I said, I thought they take them on a field trip with I see the vans out front. I say, so they take them on a field trip, right? She said, Dre, what are you talking about? I say, all these old people are here every Saturday. They're dressed. They're ready to go. I said, they got the vans out front. I said, usually when I'm in the mall, I see older people being pushed by nurses in the mall early in the morning. I said, she said, Andre, And she lowered her voice. She said they don't go on field trips. They don't go on field trips. What are you talking about? Andre, these people get dressed every Saturday hoping to get a visit from one family member or friend before they die. Every Saturday. No field trip? No field trip. Just people hoping that some of the people that they loved and made money for and took care of all those years would at least come to see them before they die. And every Saturday, those old people were there. The whole 2 years I worked in that nursing home. And every Saturday, nobody showed up. And those old people were there from 6 o'clock in the morning till when visiting hours were over at 6 o'clock in the evening. They only left to go eat and they came right back to that front lobby. So when I tell y'all that the only reason that y'all want this to be fake with Stephen A. Smith and his daughter is because that you hope that that she doesn't do it to him, because you wouldn't want nobody to do that to you. That's why y'all think it's fake. Let's go back to the video.
Peace and love.
God help us all.
Clock it. Go ahead. I can't. Bye. Well, what else would I do? Take care of you myself?
But wait.
Or put me in your home and have 24-hour nursing assistant.
In my house?
Yeah, why not?
With my kids? And my car?
Damn.
So Stephen A. Smith is basically saying, where is my future when I get old? And she is like, look, it's not going to be possible. Not with my kids, not with my house, not with my husband. You know, she's basically saying that, listen, man, you can't stay here. You have to go into a nursing home. And that brings me to this point.
I'm just your dad.
Exactly.
The one that made it all possible.
I would love you from a distance, Dad. You know I love you from a distance.
Now, Stephen A. Smith is a very successful man. He's saying, listen, I'm the one that made all of this possible. And when a lot of black fathers heard this,
you know how they say when you die, your life flashes before your face? Every time I sacrificed, cried, crawled, scraped, climbed, went without for my daughters to have whatever it is that they have, for my daughters to come back and say something like that, unbelievable.
You are being soft when it comes to your daughters.
This is Stephen A. Smith. Since y'all thought it was all fake, this is him on somebody else's show. And the woman is telling him, you too soft on your daughters.
The fact that a 17-year-old has your credit card and books a trip to Cuba, that is on you and that is soft.
He gave this young girl at 17 credit card and she flew to Cuba. And y'all still think it's fake.
I'm sorry. I don't understand. What are you teaching them? Daddy worked hard. Here you go.
I could cancel the trip. I just did it.
Correct.
Because they deserved it.
How do they deserve it? Because they did their job and got an A? That's their job.
It is their job. I totally agree with that. But I do have.
No, he said but.
I do
when you
have.
say but, it's over.
I do have.
It's over.
2 beautiful daughters. I mean, they really, really, really are good kids.
This is weak sauce. For you to be like, well,
Sage is on camera calling me weak sauce.
They got
this
A's.
is very bad.
They got A's and they got my credit card and there's like, Daddy, I'm going to Cuba. First of all, those are rich people problems and you're not going to get any sympathy.
I know this.
And
I know this.
They have got you wrapped. Like both your pinkies, just cut them off.
Not when they misbehave and not when they act up.
What does misbehave mean? This should be interesting.
You disobey your dad. You're saying you don't handle your responsibilities, whatever they may be. You don't follow instructions. Dad does not tolerate that. This is not a democracy. I am the law. The problem is once
he's trying to clean it up. He's trying to clean it up. There is most of us men, successful or not, there is no way in hell you're going to let your daughter at 17 years old go to Cuba. As an adult, cool. I've been to Cuba. It's safe. It's really safe and it's really nice. Got news for you. My 17-year-old child is too young to experience what a mature adult will experience and understand that if anything happens. Secondly, my child is not going to get my card and just go off to Cuba. Here's the problem. Y'all ready? This is how dumb Stephen A. Smith is in this scenario. Y'all ready? You can't even use an American credit card in Cuba. Any American knows that when you go to Cuba, if you bring US dollars, you gotta use it at the money exchange. Because Cuba and America don't get along like that. If you ever want to go to a country where the US dollar is trash, it means nothing, it's less than monopoly money, go to Cuba. And anybody that's ever been to Cuba will tell you American dollar means nothing. Literally nothing. So you exchange your US dollars at the money exchange or at the airport. They have special dollars for tourists. Average Cubans have their dollars and they have tourist dollars. So that's how much now, if you are in the States, and this is the hookup I'm giving y'all, if you are in the States and you plan on going to Cuba, exchange your Cuban dollars your American dollars for Canadian dollars. If you're from Canada, your credit cards and your money is worth gold. Gold, I say. Them Canadians was walking around, you couldn't tell them Canadians nothing. They didn't have to go to a money exchange. They was good. They didn't have to worry about their credit cards. They were good. Go ahead. I know several dudes that got their credit cards locked up. You know who warned me about this before me and Andre went to Cuba? Flyboy Way. Shout out to Flyboy. Flyboy, because it was Taylor Made Dreams went first. Then a couple months later, Ace Live went. Then Flyboy Way went. So I went out, reached out to Flyboy Way and got a little bit of consultation information. And he said, bruh, I used my bank card in Cuba one time. The banks in the United States locked my bank account up. He said I had to fill out this special documents and these forms. I had to get notaries and everything to get my credit card and my bank account back on track. He said it took him weeks once he got back to the United States. He said from using my credit card or my bank card in the United States, in Cuba, one time. Fortunately for me and Andrea, all our stuff for the most part is Colombian based. So we're good. But I'm telling you, when we got to Cuba, if you ain't had Canadian dollars, you're America. I've never seen a country where American dollars is zero. You might as well tear it up and throw it on the ground. That's how American dollars are in Cuba. So for Stephen A. Jackson to be foolish enough to give his credit card to his daughter to go to Cuba. I'm like, man, this dude is stupid on a whole nother level. Why he's sitting up there trying to criticize LeBron and Bronny, your son is not good enough for the league. Your daughter is not good enough for just regular everyday life, dude. Crazy. No, I don't know if they take the yen or not, but I do know that the Canadian dollar is a winner. Is a winner. Yes, gold, I say, gold. Them Canadians was living like kings, man. Shoot. That US dollar, as soon as we got in, man, we still got a bunch of Cuban dollars. We had a great time, but he said, yeah, I learned from Solo Travel ORD when he traveled to Cuba. Yeah, man. Yeah. The Flyboy said, man, they locked my account up, man. I had to get like a notarized documentation of authorization, and he went through all type of headaches, man. My brother IMF says this. He said, beta male fathers with their, that's my baby. Even if she treats me badly, I might not, I'm not giving credit to my son for standing up for standing up for me. But when it comes to my daughter, she could throw me in a trash can. A lot of dudes are like that, man. A lot of dudes do that daddy's little girl the wrong way. He said, thanks for the information update on Cuba. I'll remember that. Yeah, guys, I kid you not. Go to the bank, get you some Canadian dollars. If you are going to Cuba, do not pull out your do not expect, well, I'll keep my American credit card for emergencies. Oh no, you won't. Not Cuba. Well, he must mean debit cards. I mean anything that's connected to the United States. Credit card, debit card. I'm telling you dudes now. Okay. Go ahead, use that American card or the American dollar for emergencies while you're in Cuba. Go ahead. See how that work out for you. I want to see this. I got popcorn ready. If you think I'm lying, you think we lying? Shit. Shout out to Andrea. They don't believe that what we're saying about you cannot use US dollars. They don't understand. They think that I'm playing. They think I know what I'm talking about. We could not use US credit cards over there. We could not use US credit cards when we were in Cuba. They get blocked.
I mean, the states block
the
card, not Cuba. It's the states block the card.
Yeah, right. Andrea said it's the states block your cards immediately. As soon as it pops up that you're using a card in Cuba, your bank account and your credit account is shut down. Could you bring me one more? Thanks, babe.
I mean, if you go to Cuba to the guys,
Mm-hmm. No.
Canadian dollars, or dollars, or euros.
Oh yeah, or euros. Euros. That's right. Euros.
And take all your hygiene.
Yeah, take all your hygiene. Yes.
Because over there it costs we're just saying, baby, because I know it happened 4 years ago. But a toothpaste can cost at least $7.
That's true. Toothpaste is $7. Soap can be like $4 or $5. So take all your hygiene stuff. Also, when you get to Cuba, bring extra everything. Extra soap, extra deodorant, extra I don't care if you bring rolls of toilet paper. Bring extra, because the first thing they ask, soon as you get into Cuba, soon as you get there, they ask you, can I see your passport? Yes. Secondly, they're going to ask you, why are you coming to Cuba? Your answer, this is what Flyboy told me and everybody else. This is supposed to be your answer. I kid you not, guys. Do not forget this. Free consultation. Your answer to Cuba is, I am here to help the Cuban people. That means that your extra toothpaste is to give to the Cuban people. Anybody. I don't care if it's a person at the front desk that you're helping out. I don't care if it's a cook in the back of a restaurant. We bought everything from aspirin to, some people bring candy, like bags of candy. And they say, I'm here to help the Cuban people, and I got bags of candy for the kids. Some guys bring tampons for the ladies. Some guys bring panties for the ladies. It could be anything, bruh. I kid you not, anything. But your answer is always, I'm here to help the Cuban people. There is no other answer. There is no, well, I'm here on vacation. Stop being stupid. Your answer is supposed to be, I'm here to help the Cuban people. That's the only way you're going to get in. But coming to Cuba talking about, well, I'm here on vacation. They're going to turn you right around. I am here to help the Cuban people. So if you got 2 packs of Altoids, you got one for you, give the other one away. They don't check your bags to see if you have anything extra. But they want it. The third thing they ask you, do you want our stamp on your passport? Because they know how funny style America can be when they see somebody that got a Cuban stamp on their passport. So they ask you, do you want the stamp on your passport? Now me, I'm Colombia. Stamp mine. Andre got her stamp. Their stamp is pink. Anybody that's been to Cuba can tell you, Dre Wright, the Cuban stamp passport stamp is pink. But your answer needs to be, what is it, guys? I'm here to help. Nothing more. You don't have to add anything to it. It's not an extra sentence. It's not a quiz. They're not going to lock you up or something. They just want to know that you care enough to bring, like I say, candy for the kids or extra panties for the ladies or toothpaste. It would have made you how far toothpaste is like $7, $8. When you go to the grocery store in Cuba, man, it's like something you ain't never seen, bruh. It's like a military commissary type of thing. Dude, yeah, bring your euros. And there are Cuban stores that don't take the Cuban tourist dollars. Me and Andre was in the grocery store. We had the Cuban tourist dollars. Oh, we don't take those. Y'all don't take these. No, we don't take these. So we had to use one of our Colombian cards. And then we got trapped in Cuba because a hurricane was coming. We're at the airport. They shut the airport down. And when I say shut down, I don't mean everybody's in the airport. I mean, they kick everybody out of the airport and hit the locks on the front door. That's how Cuba does. Everybody out of the buildings. Everybody. Ain't no sitting around in the airport all night and then hope that the hurricane. Everybody out. The fortunate thing for us is we had money. So we went back. We called our Airbnb host. She said, "Oh, sure, I got a spot for you. Really nice spot." We were good. We thought about all the people that didn't have money and they only had enough money for that vacation and they had kids and there's a hurricane coming. Like I said, fortunately for Andre and I that we had money. And then to book our flight to go back. Remember, this flight got canceled because of the hurricane. To book, so we had to call Ace Live. So I'm talking to Ace on the phone. What y'all need? Man, we need for you to book the flight since you are out there. We couldn't use Wi-Fi to book a flight through Cuba. There is no Cuban Airlines where you book no. There is no booking.com in Cuba. So I had to call Ace. He had to set the flight up. We're on a 3-way with the people. He had to set all that up just so we could get a flight to go. Bruh, I'm telling y'all, man, the US dollar is not anything in Cuba. It is nothing in Cuba. He said Drake can add Cuba to the consultation list. I know, right? It was fun. It was great, bruh. I kid you not. It was great. But it's so sad. The people are the nicest people. It is so much fun. The nightlife is crazy. You'll have a great time with the nightlife. I won't deny that part. Food for foreigners, inexpensive, tailor-made dreams told me, he said, man, you got to get some lobsters while you're down there. Man, I had me 2 margaritas, 2 big lobsters with the potatoes and everything, the sides. Two lobsters, 2 margaritas, $10. $10. Here's the kicker. The average Cuban cannot even afford to buy 1 lobster. Cubans rarely eat their own seafood. They usually use the seafood for the tourist. It's rare when Cubans are eating seafood. Yep. It's crazy, man. Canadian, right, Andrew? Canadian dollars in the euro. Not the pound. I don't know about the pound, but I do know the Canadian dollar and the euro. Excuse me. Yep. Lesson of the day. Shout out to Black Nubian in the building once again. Get your money right. He said, can I use my Dominican? Yes, you can. Yep. Yes, you can. He said, is that is that a problem? Because I like Japan. I didn't get that part. Obi, I didn't get that part. He say, stupid. No Komodo dragons for the people. 6 o'clock. Yep, 6 a.m., bruh. Being arrested trying to smuggle Komodo. What? You kidding me? That's crazy. He said that's is hilarious. In Caribbean and Latin America, tourists seeing a hurricane 1 week away as island tours like that hurricane better know not to come over here, man. The hurricane came. Yeah, Canadian credit cards good and Euro cards good. Yes. It works with the Canadian credit cards work and Euro dollars work with the and Canadian dollars work at their money exchange, as well as you can use in their businesses. But you could not use American dollars and you could not use American cards at all. Don't even think about it. And I know some of y'all gonna sit back and say, I don't know what I'm talking about, and you gonna get your butt to Cuba. And you gonna be mad, bro. You gonna be mad. They do not use you might as well put acid on the American dollar, because nobody's gonna touch that, man. You can't even exchange it. You know, I like here in Colombia, you can give a Colombian taxi driver $20 USD and he could go and exchange it. Ain't no exchanging here, exchanging the Cuba with the US dollar. You don't want that, bruh. It's crazy. Shout out to user in the building. He say, do you have any more Cuba or travel video or travel stories you'll be willing to share? Oh yeah. I'll actually be dropping some Cuban videos as well. I could drop some of those also in the Patreon. Shout out to you, brother, with the super chats. Appreciate you. Really do. Yeah. Kid you not, man. When we were there, Cuba set up. Let's talk about Cuba for a split second. Cuba is set up with Tailor-Made Dream said this. He said, Dre, there's the line and the no line. I said, the line and the no line. He said, there's the line people and the no line people. And there's a difference. And I said, okay, what are you talking about? Until I got there, I didn't understand it. Now I get it. The average Cuban only makes $30 a month. I'll say this again. The average Cuban only makes, I don't care what you're doing, doctor, lawyer, Indian chief, $30 a month. Why? Because it's set up to the government, where the government provides everything. So everybody is even keeled. Here's the problem. So you got to stand in line. If you're a doctor, you stand in the same line as a taxi driver for your food, for your, your toothpaste, toothbrush, your hygiene, toilet paper, all that. The government gives it to you free. But you got to stand in line for it. And dude, the whole time we were there, me and Andrew were there like 2 or 3 weeks. The whole time we were there, all you saw were lines. That's all you saw were people standing in lines in front of different government stores. And they would be there like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. And the closer they got to the front of the line, the more you saw people breaking out in fights because they were so tired from standing in the line for 3, 4, 5 hours. And I'm talking about young people, grandpas, pawpaws, and then they would be standing in line, and the people would say, "We just ran out of meat. All we got is rice left." So you've been standing in line since 10 o'clock in the morning in that Cuban heat, and you are like 15 people in front of you now, and they ran out of meat. So you either got to come back on your expected day, but you go stand in line for the rice. Then you got to get in another line another day for all your hygiene. Bruh, it's the craziest thing, bruh. It's sad. The one thing I can say about Cuban people, you would think the people that you would think that was the biggest thieves, the people that would have the most reason to steal from each other and to steal from you and to scam you would be Cubans. No. They are the nicest, most helpful people, bruh. Houses are dilapidating, and they are just at peace and just kick back. And if they embrace you as family, they embrace you as family, bruh. And if you get lost somewhere, Cubans will show you how to get to the other. Kid you not. I'm not saying that it's crime free, but I am saying that those are some of the nicest people that I have met on this planet. I can easily say that one. We've taken trips all over the world. And one thing I can say, Cubans, it probably was the safest country that we went to. You would not think that. You would think it would be the opposite. Nope. They are some of the nicest people, bruh. Yeah, they're universal, bruh. It doesn't work over there. And then if a ship doesn't come in, they got to wait. Like the president will go on the news. The president of Cuba will go on the news like, hey, the ship didn't come in with the supplies, guys. But as soon as the ship comes in, we'll let y'all know. And that's all you can do is just wait. And you live on an island that you're not allowed to ever leave. You know, it's rare that somebody gets an opportunity to leave, man. It's crazy. He said, thanks for the information on benign citizenship. It has visa-free access to Cuba. Yep. And we didn't need a visa at one point in time. Remember during the Obama administration? We went during the Biden administration. So you could just go with your passport. You didn't need a visa. I don't know how it is right now with Trump. So don't let me get to lying. He said the benefits of living in a capitalistic country throughout the bruh. I didn't have to finish your statement, brother. When me and Andrea got to the airport in Bogota to see food. You know how airport food is, like restaurants and all that. To see real restaurants after being 3 weeks on an island, and to see food with colorful packages and bruh, me and Andrea was at the airport. We knew we had a layover in Bogota. Brother, we just ate and ate and ate and ate and ate and ate. We just ate because we saw the food. My mother used to have a saying, you just eating with your eyes. You ain't hungry, you just eating with your eyes. We were eating with our eyes. I mean, we looking at the dessert menus. Let me get that. I want some of that, and I like to taste some of those too. I kid you not, brother. I kid you not. You appreciate what you have in a capitalistic country. Yep. When you are not in one, you start to realize, like, wow, you know what? Let me count my blessings. Let me count my blessings. He say, socially biased in communism is very unfortunate. Yeah, it is, man. They provide all the medical, some of the best doctors in the world are the Cuban doctors. A lot of the doctors here in Colombia come from Cuba. A lot of the teaching of the medical field in the United States, they often do field trips to Cuba to learn in the United States to learn Cuba's method of medical. And yet the doctors make less than taxi drivers. Oh, another thing, taxi drivers. Let me pull up some photos real quick. Another thing that you never realize in Cuba about taxi drivers is the fact that those classic cars that you see that's in Cuba all the time, those 1950, 1960 cars that you see all the time in Cuba, those are actually taxis. Those are nothing but average, everyday, regular taxis. I did not know that. You know, I see Cuba classic cars. You're thinking like, oh, wow, these are classic cars. And these are nothing but taxis. That's all they are. Let's do a screen share real quick. Let me pull this down. We're going to come back to our video in a second, gentlemen. I just wanted to share something with you guys. All right, let's show some photos. This brother here, this was our tour guide. This brother here, really good tour guide. He was a tour guide for Ace Live. He was a tour guide for Flyboy Way. He was a tour guide for Tailor Made Dreams, and he was our tour guide too. Really good brother, man. Really good brother. Speak fluent English. All these cars right here, these classic cars, nothing but taxis. Nothing but taxis, bruh. That's all it is. Nothing but taxis. Beautiful taxis. All the parts of the vehicles to keep the vehicles together, the paint jobs and everything, the Cuban people do. They build their own parts. If a part rusts, think about some of these cars are from the 60s and 70s. They can't get the parts shipped in. So they literally have to create their own parts, their own screws, their own everything. This is a famous bar, the Floridia. All right, once again, guys, we have been at the Florinata. Yeah, that bar was packed too. That's when I had the shabby cell phone. But yeah, we had a good time. Really good time in Cuba. Very beautiful. So all these cars, all these classic cars that you see, those are all taxis, just like the taxi cab. All those are taxis. Yep. Here's a drive, just us driving through the neighborhood. Let's let that buffer for a minute. Driving through Cuba. And this was just regular everyday neighborhood. Yep. Let's see. Gas station right there. And so you have two parts of Cuba. You got the old part, where it's just everything is old, and then you have the newer part. This is really nice area over here as well. You see old cars everywhere you go, because we started off in the beach area. So we started off in the beach area and an all-inclusive resort. So we weren't in Havana first. We were 2 hours from Havana. Okay, I dropped the phone for some reason. But this is where we were in Cuba. So we're 2 hours from Havana right here. Really beautiful beach areas too, man. Just really nice. We had a good time. And just walking through the neighborhood in the evening. Wish I had a better camera at that time period. So it was safe to walk around at night. We had a good time. They had a live salsa band. This was like on a Friday. That was Friday, Saturday night. We had a good time. Yeah. So we had fun there. We had a really good time. This was the beach. This was the beach area in Cuba. This was 2 hours north of Havana. 2 hours north of Havana. We had a good time. This beach ranks in the top 25 most beautiful beaches in the world. You can see how empty it is. Like, once again, we're in an all-inclusive resort. This one, I think we were just walking to the beach area at that time period. First time, you know, where we go, you go. Let's introduce you guys to the beach area out here. Look how beautiful this ocean is here. Gorgeous. The water was nice. Yeah. That's your girl Andrea, looking all good. Give you guys a view of this whole coast. And this was right behind our resort. Once again, we went to Havana and went to an all-inclusive resort. Now remember, guys, I know it sounds a little windy, but we're out here. It's about 4:30, 5 o'clock right about now. You guys see where the sun is. Beautiful out here. And all these beach chairs come with the resort. So the person's coming out here, they can enjoy it. Come out here and check out all this quiet. You notice this? Quiet. Not like Cartagena where you can actually hear the ocean. It's not like Cartagena when people are always begging for something or asking for something. It's just you And look, it's just us. It's just like having a giant beach, just a few people out here, not too many of us. And most of those people were Canadians. Most of those people we met were Canadians. So that's he said the cost of the all inclusive. You know what? I forget how much the resort was. It wasn't expensive at all. And it included it included all the drinks, all the food. Did I say all the drinks? Yes. It had a gym, it had a sauna, it had tennis courts, the music was flowing. It was really cool. Let me see if I got some photos of that resort on the resort side. Our rooms were really nice. This is me and Andrea just sitting at the bar. As you could tell, Andrea had just turned 28 in I just realized she turned 28 in Cuba. I don't think I have any photos of the resort area. Except like this was out front. I thought I had some videos of the resort. This is when we were like in the town outside the resort. This is the town area. This is right out in front of the resort. This is when we were leaving. I thought I had some videos before then, because this is like halfway. This is like halfway to Havana. So we were like, all right, guys, it's your boy Andre, Love Crossing Borders. We're still in here in Cuba with your girl Andrea. I think the area that we're in is Bucaramanga, Bucaramanga.
What?
I don't know the name of that area.
Matanzas.
Oh, Matanzas.
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 Yeah.
Okay. And so the area that we're in is Matanzas, and we're going to continue to give you some footage from here. Like we just said, we want to make sure that we give you some of the beaches here in Cuba, some of the city, and also some of the country life, this forest of trees, this desert of trees, and scenery, and plastic cars behind us. Definitely, guys, we'll continue to give you those things. Once again, my name is Andre.
My name is Sandra.
And we are
Love Crossing Borders.
You guys already know where we go.
You go.
We out of here. We'll take some more spots. So, boy, I was a big boy back then. I was a big boy back then. He said, man, I thought I blew it up so you guys could see it larger. My bad. So we went to Central Cuba, Northern Cuba, and Havana, kind of like in the Southern Cuba. No, Havana is like the southern side. The beach areas is in the northern side. And then the central side, which I'm in right now, that is kind of like the farmers area. This is like when we went here. Let's see. Because we pulled over, our driver pulled over, and he knew about this area, but we didn't, of course. So he took us here. Let's let this process right here real quick. So he had taken us here, kind of like to stop to take a break and everything. And then that's when I recorded all that stuff, because it was really beautiful, man. Just beautiful mountain ranges. And when you think about Cuba, you do not think about mountain ranges. You don't think about farm area. You don't think about any of that. This is taking its time to buffer. Well, it's okay. Let's see here. Of course, everybody rocking the Cuban hats. Yeah, this is taking its time to buffer, but it's okay. Yeah, they are resilient. They are resilient. What's up, brethren? I didn't know. Oh, I knew that, but I didn't know anybody there that knew. So we drove from the northern side, which is the beaches, and we drove from there, and then that's how we ended up in Havana. That's how we ended up enjoying Havana. And so there we go, in central area of Havana. That's how we end up in the central area of Havana. I don't know why it's taking these videos so long to buffer. Nice and cold. Well, it's okay. You guys get the gist of it. But yeah, it's really nice. It was really very safe, very friendly people. No issues at all, man. No issues at all. I guess that's not buffering either. Well, either way. Just want to give you guys a little bit of insight into our experience in Cuba. Let's get back to the video.
Well, except for when they have my credit card and they can do what they want.
Here's the problem. They do what I need them to do, and they conspire, Sage. When one is acting up, the other pulls them back and goes like this. Come here, come here, come here. All you have to do is this. This will work. You'll calm down in a few hours, and we'll get them. This is what they do. This is what they do. They conspire and they plot, and they gang up on me. And it just gets to a point where it's like,
You get weak and you say, fine, take it all.
A clip of Stephen A. Smith's daughter Samantha and LeBron James's son Bryce has been making the rounds again online. And a clip of Stephen A.
This is Stephen A. Smith's daughter with LeBron's daughter. So when y'all heard me say earlier that it's going down, this is crazy.
Smith's daughter Samantha and LeBron James's son Bryce has been making the rounds again online. And the reaction from Stephen A. himself has people talking.
what?
I'm joking.
You better be.
So let's get into what exactly happened between Samantha and Bryce, how Stephen A. responded in real time, and why the footage keeps going viral. The moment that broke Stephen, a Smith on his own podcast. It started like any other episode of the Stephen A. Smith Show. Stephen A. was sitting behind the mic. His daughter Samantha was sitting next to him as the guest co-host, and the two of them were working through a batch of fan-submitted questions during the Q&A portion of the show. Samantha had been on the podcast before. She'd already built a reputation on the channel for her sharp delivery, her willingness to roast her father on camera, and her tendency to say things that made Stephen A. visibly regret inviting her. Viewers tuning in knew the format. A fan asks something, Samantha answers, Stephen A. reacts. That was the rhythm. Then the question came. A fan wanted to know whether Samantha hated LeBron James.
Do I hate LeBron James? I'm about to get clipped for this. Y'all.
On paper, it's a throwaway fan question, but in the context of everything that had been happening between her father and LeBron throughout 2025, it landed differently.
I want to give a big shout out to Dave Anderson with that, because that makes a whole lot of sense. You worked so hard, suffering, doing what you need to do to take care of your daughters, take care of your kids, to get them wherever they are right now. And this is their response? Back in the 1980s and 90s, when I was watching basketball and football, I noticed that almost all of the superstars at that time were married. Michael Jordan, Clyde Drexler, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, John Stockton, Karl Malone. Everybody was married. Scottie Pippen. Everybody was married during their playing time. Even if you go to football, the same thing can be said of Emmitt Smith, Jerry Rice, Joe Montana, Troy Aikman, Michael Irvin. All of these people were married, but it's not uncommon to see NBA superstars who are unmarried. Kevin Durant is like a 16-time All-Star, unmarried. Kawhi Leonard is in a relationship but unmarried. Then you have guys like James Harden, unmarried. And this is a generational contrast, not only amongst middle-class black men, but men of all earning levels. Cam Newton was another guy, former league MVP, unmarried. Which brings me to my first point.
To all the bros that had kids, congrats. I'm very happy for y'all got kids. I love the kids. But y'all know y'all f***ed up. Because y'all don't get shit. Everything's going to the gift for your kids now. Like, you don't get nothing. Your birthday come, yeah, you don't get nothing. It's going to your kids. Keep having more kids. It's all going to the kids. You think I'm going to give you, I'm going to buy kids and then buy you, you don't lost your damn mind. So the kids and your wife, it's over.
Black men who have kids and are dedicated to their families, for the most part, put themselves last. Those are the people that I know. I'm pretty sure you have certain black men who are extremely rich, extremely wealthy, and they have time for themselves. Most of the guys I know, they're busting their ass off, and it's them buying all the gifts. It's them making sure everything is taken care of, and they're largely not getting appreciated.
Black men, I don't think y'all get enough credit. I really don't think that a lot of people understand the responsibility, not in just being a man in America, but being a black man in America is 1000% more challenging. I understand why black men have that chip on their shoulder and you feel like you have something to prove. Why? Because the world tries to make you. And I just want to say thank you to the men that wake up and get it done even when it's hard. Because I do feel like we as women, we have tribe. We have space where we can go and have conversations, where we can let our hair down and we get a chance to cry. And I don't feel like men have that same opportunity. And although we do carry a heavy emotional workload, so do men, but they have nowhere to express it. So to the black man and other men, that's great too. But specifically to the black man, I want to say thank you. We love you. We appreciate you. And although there are messages out here that make it seem like the black woman and the black man are divided, or like the black man ain't nothing, no. If you haven't figured out your leadership yet, if you haven't figured out where you're going yet, it's okay. If you haven't gotten to 6 or 7 figures yet, but that's on your plan and you're working towards it, don't let social media rob you of your plan. Don't let social media stop you from where you're going. And don't let your responsibilities outweigh your purpose. I pray that God just gives you the abundance that is more abundant than the sacrifices that you've made. Really and truly, like I see my husband, I see how hard he works, and he doesn't say anything. This man never asks for help. So for the men that also never ask for help, we see you, we love you, we value you, we thank you. And I just wanted to say that because when I tell y'all, Brock doesn't ask for anything. And sometimes that's challenging for me because I am the person that's like a super overly communicative, like how is this, how is that, how's, and everything just is fine for him. And so it's been work to pull that out of him. And I feel like there aren't enough women doing the work to pull that out of their man because they're more focused on themselves. And we just need reminders. Men need reminders. We love you. We appreciate you.
They've told us that our black fathers weren't there, but the data says otherwise. Every day, particularly every June, the same narrative gets recycled. Black fathers are absent. Black fathers don't show up. Black fathers leave. And every day and every June, millions of black men wake up, make breakfast, help with homework, braid hair, coach Little League, and sit at the dinner table with their kids while the world pretends they don't exist. Let's talk about what's actually true. The CDC, not a black publication, not an activist organization, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention conducted one of the most comprehensive federal studies on fatherhood in American history. And the findings? Black fathers are the most involved dads in the country. Not second, first. 70% of black fathers who live with their children provide hands-on physical care, bathing, dressing, feeding every single day. White fathers, 60%. Hispanic fathers, 45%. 78% of black fathers eat meals with their children daily. That's higher than every other group studied. 41% help with homework every day, compared to 28% of white fathers and 29% of Hispanic fathers. And for black fathers who don't live in the same home, 59% still see their children regularly, compared to 39% of white non-resident fathers and 35% of Hispanic non-resident fathers.
Given what you know now, how important do you think that is to have a black man in the household?
The greatest gift my father ever gave us was coming home.
Damn. That's deep.
Because my mother didn't make it easy. He was a dumb MFer and all kind of stuff. Because he did, you know, she wanted stuff in life. Like new underwear, like stuff she couldn't just, little stuff, makeup and get a hair that couldn't do it. But he came home humble, you know. Sometimes he had to tell her there ain't no food. What? Mr. Provider, you ain't got no food. And you trying to tell me what to do? Yeah, so but that was the gift. That's like, you know, you come home. It doesn't feel good, but
so he's working 3 jobs. Mm-hmm. He has to provide for this family. And when he gets home, your mom doesn't make it easy.
Hey, what? Hit her or something.
Damn.
I ain't lying. My father, he never would like cuss at her.
Really?
Yeah, my father, when she died, he was ready to go. I miss her. I miss my gal. What? The one that used to cut you out, you miss yeah, every.
This is crazy to hear from Damon, but this is not the first time I've heard this. Absolutely correct. Save yourself, black man. This is not the first time I've heard this. Black men always putting themselves at the end. That was part of the fall of black men. I'll say this again. A part of the fall of black men is that we have been programmed to put everybody first and us last. To whereas every other culture of men, they have put themselves first and everybody else reap the benefits of it. You caught that? A Latin man starts his business, takes care of himself, makes sure the business is prosperous, make sure his farm is prosperous, make sure his life is prosperous. His daughter, his son, his wife, and the pets all gleam off of that, all survive because that Latin man made sure that he had everything he needed. White man. Well, we know white dudes don't give a damn about nobody but themselves. So we know that one. But everybody around in their sphere has been able to glean off of what we consider selfishness. Only black men think that, my bad, wrong word, not think. Only black men are programmed to think that mama and them should come first. Only black men are told happy wife, happy life. Only black men are guilted into you should be a better father when you already are, statistically, as the sister said, a better father. The stats are out there that black men are better fathers, and yet we still get guilt tripped as if we aren't better fathers. Black men can get a degree. Nobody celebrates that. He can write books. Nobody celebrates that. Black women, everybody's dancing in the streets for you. So black men are finally discovering one of the benefits that my sons and daughters are going to get from me is they're going to see me not being selfish, but having a self-respect and a self-love for myself. In having self-love and having self-respect for myself will allow my children and my wife or girlfriends to be able to enjoy the peace that I have. Damon said that his dad, through all those years, was put down, disgraced, basically a simp. Think about it. Damon and his brothers probably sat around like, man, why you let her talk to you like that? When she died, Damon said, Dad was ready to die. I'm gonna tell you something. I love my wife. I love my wife. I hope I never get to the point in life. See, we think it's cute. We think, oh man, Dad loved Mom so much that he's willing to I'm not, no. I don't want Andrea to be like that. I do not want Andrea to love me so much to where she's ready to give up on the rest of her life. Hell no. I hope I've set a good example to my wife of the value of life and time, that no matter how much she misses me, she continues on with her life and time. If anything happens to her, I am going to continue on with my life and time. My life and time was not created for that person and with that person. And when that person is long gone, I am not about to sit up here talking about something. I miss my boo. I think I'm going to just let it go. Let it go. No, that's not me. That's not me. I will be sad and alive. Okay. I will be sad and alive for another 20 years until my time comes. But I'm not about to sit up here and just, well, you know, your mama gone. I'm going to just see, we like to see old people that die within a 5 years. You know, granddaddy died, you know, after grandmama died, you know, granddaddy died 2 years later, you know, because of the love. The love was, you know, his soulmate was gone. That's why he died. And we think it's like romantic. No, it ain't. That's just because your granddaddy sipped in the end of his years. Your granddaddy had 10 more years left. He allowed himself to be so melancholy, so sad, so disappointed that he just gave up on eating, gave up on walking, gave up on conversations, gave up on thinking, gave up on exercises. And granddaddy died 2 years and we thought it was romantic. No, granddaddy had 10 good years left and he gave up on it for a woman. Same thing with grandmama. Grandmama had 10 more years left when granddaddy died. I do not want anybody to be that connected to me to where they give up on the blessing that God gave them, time in life. Don't give up on your life for me. Ride your life till the wheels fall off. If you're scheduled to die in 2 years, so be it. But if you got another good 20 years in you, don't give up because I passed on. Hell no. That shit ain't romantic. Ain't nothing cute about granddaddy dying 2 years after grandmama. I don't know where y'all get that one from. That's serious. Thank you, boo. That's because you know your man. That's serious, man. Don't throw your life away for anybody at any stage of life, man. Well, my baby gone. It's time for me to leave. Oh no, it ain't. If you got 10 more years of life left, man, that means you got 10 more years to accomplish some things. So go after them. I'm serious about that one. They got black men programmed to think some crazy stuff. And no other men on the planet think like black American men. Thanks, babe. No other men on the planet think like black American men. We've been programmed, and that's the fall. And I love the fact that we are making a comeback. I'll say that again. I am so proud of us for making a comeback. While they laugh at us because they got their degrees, now those degrees don't mean anything. And now all you black men that went to trade school and you became truck drivers and you became plumbers and you became electricians and you became the warehouse foreman and you became working on the docks with the ships and you became engineers for the train system. And all you guys that got blue collar jobs, you ain't crying like all them people with the white collar jobs. Shout out to the black men that realized, let me go ahead and take these classes with Theo. Let me go ahead and get this tech in. Why these sisters think they're too good for tech work? Let me go ahead and get this tech in. Because as soon as you guys get in tech, here come the sisters in Afro tech with their weave. I'm looking for a man. These tech guys making 6 figures. I'm looking for a man. So now they coming to Afro tech every year like they going to Freaknik. Y'all catch that? Ever since black men got into tech, all of a sudden, all the sisters want to show up to Afro tech. Talk about, I'm about to get me a man. They didn't want you when they thought that they had all the degrees. Now that you got all those certifications, now they want you. Yeah, the Technic. That's what that is. That's not the Afro Tech, it's the Technic. Why they, like Kevin Samuels been told them for years, stop sleeping on blue collar men. Stop sleeping on men that are getting their licenses. Stop sleeping on men that are getting certifications. Stop running after the men that have degrees only. Brother said you say he say this hits deep. I'm serious, man. My other brother says, he said, yep, stressed into an early grave. Not me. Not me. I'd be sad and alive. He say they get ran through in the tech. Yeah, I heard, man. I heard in Afro Tech they run through them too. They're looking for pet sim ATM wallets. Yep. Stepdaddies for their kids. He said, I still have my degrees in the original envelope. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. Let's continue on with the video.
You got peace now. You ain't got nobody cursing you.
I miss my gal. Damn. He was just ready to go. Check, please. But that's like, he taught us love, like unconditional love. You know, he always saw her as the 16-year-old he fell in love with.
Ooh.
You know, that's beautiful.
This is a lot different than the 80s and the 90s in Black America, when you had a lot of men who did not hold it against the woman that she had a child already. In fact, a lot of the baseball coaches, basketball coaches, football coaches took young men in all the time that didn't have a father, didn't have a home. You know, they taught them how to box, taught them how to cut grass. A lot of those sort of guys are the reasons why a lot of us as brothers got to where we are. And I salute the OGs out there who have done that for so many black young men. I know I definitely benefited from that. But just because you benefited from a system, it doesn't mean that you want to keep the system going.
Hell no, to the no, no, no.
Black men no longer want to be that good standing brother that the black community cares about, because nobody largely cares about what the black community thinks. That's their issue. Black men now are prioritizing their own health, prioritizing their own peace of mind, and they're looking at doing things for themselves.
Before O'Shea goes any further, he's 100% correct. Shout out to T-Mac in the building. And once again, T-Mac, I said this before you came earlier, man. Shout out to you for being able to meet the mayor of Medellin and introduce him to some of the things that you guys are doing, positive things that black men are doing. Not just black men, but you military brothers are doing to help the community over there in Medellin. So shout out to you meeting the mayor as well as other individuals today and help laying a foundation for guys to be able to celebrate next week the Flower Festival in Medellin, Colombia. And just like you said to me on the video, or just to us in general on the video, I don't think it's a coincidence that you met the mayor either. You military men and all you volunteers over there in Medellin have been putting in too much work, and the universe is starting to slowly give you back the benefits of what you guys are doing. Oh, you met the director of the festival. That's even better. So you didn't get a chance to meet the mayor, but you got a chance to meet the director of the festival. That's just as good, because they've been having that festival for years. He said, I just happen to be around the mayor. Sorry for the misunderstanding. No problem, brother. But you guys are still doing some amazing things over there, man. Shout out to Medellin, Colombia. Yes, sir. Back then, they didn't know me. Now I'm hot. They all own me. I know, right? Mike Jones. Now we got passports. Now they want to be all on us. Now we got certifications. Now we got licensing. Shout out to the HVAC brothers. Now they want to be all on us. Now we got peace of mind. Now we're getting our health on track. Now they want to be all on us. Now we know how to network with each other on a global basis. Now the women want to be all on us. It's too late. Kevin Samuels was the last chance. I'm going to say this again. I said this before Kevin died. I said this after Kevin died. Kevin Samuels was the final armor bearer for women, especially women for color. If they needed anybody that had a shield and that was trying his best to protect women from themselves and build the black community up, it was Kevin Samuels. It is not Dr. Umar, ladies. It's over. Ladies, hear me out. I'm your boy. It's over. Ain't no more Kevin Samuels. You ain't got to worry about another Kevin Samuels. You're going to see a lot of us black men in suits on social media. We are not imitating Kevin Samuels. We don't talk like Kevin Samuels. We don't respond to you like Kevin Samuels. And I'm going to tell you something more than ever. We don't give a damn about you like Kevin Samuels did. We don't care. There's nothing about what Kevin Samuels was telling y'all to do and y'all would not listen to. We're going to repeat. We are not about to repeat what Kevin said for almost 5-6 years to you ladies. You didn't hear what that man had to say. He tried to get you on point. He tried to help you as an image consultant, revamp your image. You didn't want to hear what he said. Got something for you, black ladies. We ain't about to do it. We getting our passports. We're getting our certifications. We're getting our degrees. We're getting our licenses. We are moving on. And most black men ain't got no kids. So stop that lie about black men leaving their kids. Most of us ain't got no kids. So when you see us in these other countries, most of us ain't got no kids. And the ones that do got kids, the kids are older and well taken care of. Ladies, Kevin is gone. And you got hell to pay. You ain't got nobody to protect you. There is nobody to call. There is no, well, what about, well, no Uncle Kevin? Ain't no Paw Kevin? Ain't no Kevin Papacito. No more Kevin Samuels. It's that window of time where you could have got it straight with the black man. You didn't. You mocked Kevin. You called him gay. You called him weak for trying to help you. When Kevin was trying to help black men, we listened, we took notes, and then we applied it. And that's another reason why a lot of black men are doing good today. This was caused the rise of the black man. But when he tried to use the same principles on you that he used with us, with revamping and recreating our image, when he told us, change your clothes, get your hairstyle on track, take care of your skin and face, get your hygiene on track, get your resume on LinkedIn. We took all that advice and ran with it. He cussed us out like he cussed you out. He made us feel belittled like he made you feel belittled. But we knew that he cared about us and we applied it. But the mistake that Kevin made that we are not going to make, Kevin thought that he could take the same principles and the same love that he had for black men and give those same principles and same love to black women. And it didn't work, did it? Winter has come. More y'all are baby mamas with more than one baby daddy than ever. You women have been laid off with all your degrees. They laying y'all off in masses. So what y'all ain't crying about them 6 figures no more, are you? You know why? Because y'all ain't making them 6 figures like that no more. And no, statistically, you never have made more money than black men ever in the history of black women. You have never made more money than black men. But you can go and tell that lie to yourself if you want to, because ain't nobody gonna correct you like Kevin did. See, you can lie, and Kevin was gonna come with the stats and correct you because he loved you. I don't give a damn about you. I love you like I'm gonna pray for you to Jesus. That's how I love you. I love you like I don't want a piano to fall on you. That's how I love you. I love you like I don't want you to be starving, sleeping in your car. That's how I love you. But as far as like how Kevin loved y'all, hell no, we don't give a damn about y'all like Kevin Samuels did. Y'all got us all the way up. Don't y'all ever think you gonna go on any of these YouTube channels with black men in suits and y'all think that we gonna love y'all, support y'all, and be your armor bearer the way Kevin did. It's over. You didn't want Kevin. You laughed on his grave. You mocked that man. To this day, y'all mock him. The same women that mocked him, the actual results came to pass. Brittany Renner, when Kevin tried to correct you, now look at you. You living back in Mississippi and you're broke. Vivica Fox, when Kevin tried to correct you and tried to tell you, slow your roll, get you a good man, you laughed and mocked at him. Now you're looking like this little piggy came to market, this little piggy came home. This little piggy had roast beef, and this little piggy had none. Vivica, you don't even look like 90s Vivica. You're like 2090 Vivica. It's a dang shame you're looking that big and looking that old at the same damn time. You don't look 60, you look like 60. He's constantly tried to tell you, sisters, listen, I got your back, but you wouldn't listen to him. Cool. You laughed at him. Cool. You got tattoos put all on your face. We could do whatever we want, Kevin. Cool. Now half of y'all walk around with more tattoos on your face than Lil Wayne. Cool. But what happened after Kevin died? The rise of the black man. The black man that said, I am not going to simp for you. If you don't want to go to the Cheesecake Factory, don't worry. I know an Asian chick that will. I know Magali, she'll go to the Cheesecake Factory. Hey, listen, the rise of the black man. Snow bunnies came from out of the woodworks when Kevin Samuel's dad saying, if the black, listen, I'll be your huckleberry. White women came from everywhere, said, I'll be your huckleberry. If the sisters don't want you, they're too busy laughing. While y'all were busy dancing on Kevin Graves, the white girl was out there learning recipes on how to make macaroni and cheese and sweet potato pies. Letting the black man know you ain't gonna miss nothing in this house. All of a sudden, the rise of the passport bro movement took off after Kevin. You know why? Because most of us brothers realized y'all wouldn't listen to Kevin, so you're dang sure ain't gonna listen to us. So we decided to keep our mouth shut. So you will find a couple YouTube channels out there of dudes just trying to encourage y'all. You got your little ace metaphors. You got your O'Shea dude, not O'Shea, but Dr. Umar, and you've got your other ones out there like Derek Jackson that's hustling y'all under the auspices of what Kevin told y'all. So these dudes ain't trying to help you. They are hustling you. Ace metaphor is hustling you. Derek Jackson hustling you. Dr. Umar, my black queens, hustling you. One thing y'all can never say about Kevin, he was hustling y'all. He allowed y'all to call in and answer y'all questions, just like he did us. Once again, ladies, when he cussed us out, we had a pen in our hand and a piece of paper, and we took notes. Kevin was cussing us out, talking about how much weight we got on. We need to get our stinky breath taken care of. What's going on with your dreads? If you don't do something with them dreads, what you talking about? You got 3 baby mamas. You better get a job. Wait a minute. You need to be working 60 hours a week if you under the age of 30. Kevin was on us, and we took notes. What did you do? You thought he was crazy, and he told y'all winter is coming. And now winter is here. And if you think that we are stupid enough not to get on them damn planes and fly to another country, since we use the tools that Kevin told us, so many men have become successful in careers. And if you think we about to spend this money on your ungraceful asses, y'all crazy. We took what Kevin told us, applied it, became successful. The rise of the black man is taking place right now while y'all going down statistically, and we flying. So go ahead, ladies. I'm going to end it with this. Cry all you want on social media. We don't give a damn. We still flying out. Hate all you want. We still booking these tickets. Get angry, fuss, and cuss all you will. We don't need men. We don't need no black man. I'm single by choice. Whatever makes you sleep good at night, baby. Because I'm telling you, you could be stuck by yourself with the other side of that bed, cold than a mother. But as for us, we are flying out first class, second class, third class, as long as I got my ass on a plane, and I am far away from you because you were too ornery to learn the lessons that a brother who loved you was trying to give you. And now it's too late. So hell no, ain't no more Kevin Samuels coming your way. You better pray and fast to God that he sends you another Kevin Samuels. Because if it was up to the black man, I must tell you this, sisters, if it's up to the black man, your ungrateful asses will never see another Kevin Samuels. Don't you ever expect to see another Kevin Samuels in your lifetime. Your grandkids, your granddaughters won't see a damn Kevin Samuels. You ungrateful, unruly asses. Now, ever since Kevin Samuels died, your daughters are out there in the streets tearing up. Every time you turn around, there are black women fighting here, young black girls still in there. I just saw a video yesterday of a black mother walked into a store, stole a bunch of stuff with her teenage daughter, and tried to fight the black woman who worked in the store to try to stop her from stealing. All this is going down, sister, since your brother Kevin is not around to be your armor bearer and your prayer partner. So hell no, ain't no more Kevin Samuels coming. You ain't got to worry about that. He think he Kevin Samuels. No, the hell we don't. Don't y'all ever accuse none of us ever again of being Kevin Samuels, because we think Kevin was the only one that loved you enough to give a damn, and we don't give a damn. Back to the video.
And this is why you see so much of an interest in channels such as, like Ronan the Travelers or Zoom to Thailand, brothers going overseas, starting a new life, and prioritizing themselves. Because this is something that a lot of black men just didn't do in the 70s or 80s. You prioritize yourself to the black community. And a lot of men have no problem with that. A lot of men love serving their community, love being servants. But the only thing that a lot of these black men lacked was respect. Just like a car needs gas, black men and men in general gotta have that refill of respect. Respect, not even that much love, but if you can give that too, that's great. And also, but the respect must be there and being grateful for their sacrifices. If people can do that, black men will be willing to stay and stick around. But as we've seen with Stephen A. Smith, it's so much sacrifice that men have to make, especially black men in the community. You don't even get a thank you.
Nursing home.
You don't get any appreciation. And I think it's very clear when we see certain days like Women's Day and women get everything. And we see like Men's Day on November 19th. And men get absolutely nothing. And as the brother said, birthdays, you're not there, you're not getting nothing. And people expect you to deal with that. And that brings me to the second point. No authority.
He's right,
In the 70s and the 80s, the black community was still more patriarchal than what it is now. The husband and the father was the head of the household, and that was the societal norm. This meant that the black man had to provide financial support. And with that, he was the leader or cultural leader of the whole entire house. Now in 2026, you're expected to have all the responsibility without authority. Women have way more leverage in 2026 than they did in the 70s. God forbid you're thinking about being a stepfather in quote unquote disciplining your child. And I'm not even talking about physically. I'm just meaning verbally. But at the same time, you're expected to take this kid to basketball practice, pay for things, and you just have no leverage, but you're going to pay for all this stuff. Then also, there's so much legal and financial exposure. God forbid a divorce, God forbid child support, God forbid any of these things that happen to a man.
This horrible story. Well, I don't know if it's horrible. Or if I'm just a bit like unsettled by it. So there's this couple, right? They get married back in they get married whenever they got married, right? This lady comes into the relationship with her kids, right? This gentleman who's marrying her welcomes these kids, loves these kids, accepts these kids, takes care of them, right?
Nice.
Pays for their whatever, school, holidays, everything is fine. Everything is fine.
Accommodation.
Yes.
Takes them in like they're his kids.
Takes them in like they're his kids. Then the couple divorce. Obviously, things didn't work out in their relationship. They divorced. So brothers, that's okay. Bekumnandi, okay.
Did he have any babies during the marriage with her?
I'm not seeing it here.
Oh, okay.
That they had children together.
The only children
the only children they seem to have together are these children that they had.
That were
whom
brought
he
by
had.
the lady.
Yes, who are his stepchildren.
The ones that he loved like they were his own.
Exactly. So after the divorce, obviously he's like, okay, bekumnandi. Yeah, Qond.
Let's move on.
Let's move on. Now this woman who was married to him has taken him to court to say, after you pulled the plug, when you stopped paying for things that I need and my kids need, it left us traumatized and emotionally broken.
Sorry, before you continue, where is the father of these two kids?
Very much alive, very much
Does he
involved.
support?
7,000 rands a month, every month.
Okay.
He's supporting his kids. He's an available and present father.
And does this lady work?
Yes, she's a dietitian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So she can afford these two kids.
She can possibly afford a good life for her
Of course,
kids.
but she even gets 7,000 rands from their father.
Yeah. So time to go with the dietitian.
Well, I don't know. So she now says, as much as I'm getting money from these children's biological father, I still feel like le mali yakho is unmatched. Because generosity yakho, like it was, you took such good care of us that,
You must continue.
This woman takes this man to court. Because she's
after the divorce.
After the divorce, ekhona biological father uthi ufuna maintenance na ku former stepfather.
Oh my God.
The court has now ordered the stepfather to pay 40,000 rands cash maintenance
40,000.
every month. Okay, he must retain the children on his medical aid and pay their medical expenses, and make additional monthly payments, including 35,000 rands for the ex-wife's rent.
So here we go. I knew this is a stepdad. Y'all out there in the States want to mess with them women, become stepdaddies in the United States? Okay, think I'm playing. See, y'all always get mad at me when I talk about the stepdads. Wait, yeah. Think about it. The biological dad was already paying $7,000 a month. The biological dad was already paying $7,000 a month. She getting money from the stepdad and the biological father. Let's bring that beat back. Y'all think I'm playing? Let's bring that beat back.
He must retain the children on his medical aid and pay their medical expenses, and make additional monthly payments, including 35,000 rands for the ex-wife's rent.
So he's paying. This got to be in Africa though as well. This got to be Africa because she said 3,500 rent. So there's got to be somewhere in Africa, a currency in Africa. And he's got to keep the kids on the medical. I'm telling you, but this happens a lot in the States. Don't get it twisted. He said, do you know you miss your stepdad bid? I still miss my stepdad. No, man, I don't. I'm gonna tell you something now. Me and Andrew was talking about it. I think it was yesterday. I love marriage. Just I love being in a couple. Let's put it like that. It doesn't have to be marriage. It could be just being in a couple. Being a stepdad, I'm sorry. I can't love your kids the way you do. Your kids can't love me the way they love you. I'm talking directly to fathers. I mean this, and I'm not being facetious or anything. I've learned that the children aren't supposed to love me the way that they love you. I was a stepdad for 14 years, and that taught me, and I'm talking about some really good kids, not bad at all, very successful in their endeavors. Like I always say, my daughter married her high school sweetheart. The first person she was intimate with is the person who she's owned 2 businesses with, and they have 2 children. That's the only man she ever known. I think he's the only woman that he knows. But I'm here to tell you that your kids aren't supposed to love me the way that they love you. It took me a while to realize that. It takes a lot of stepdads, hard work to come to a conclusion that I don't care if the biological dad is deceased, incarcerated. I don't care if the biological dad lives on the other side of the city or the other side of the country. Those kids, because they're kids, will never love you the way that they love or yearn to love their biological dad. I don't care what rumor mom tells. I don't care what lie mom tells. I don't care if it was the truth. I don't care if they saw their daddy whooping mom's tail every day. When dad leaves, them kids still love their daddy. And there was nothing I could do about it. There's nothing I could do to replace that. There was nothing I could do to complement that. And I realized unless I get out of this situation, I will never know the true love of my own children. Because I never even knew the true love from stepchildren, because it was not their job to give me true love. It was their job to give their biological dad true love. Whether he was good or bad. They're kids. Kids don't know how to differentiate. So if some of you guys realize why dudes like me don't date your baby mama and why your baby mama can't find no good man, is because us good men don't F with baby mamas, because we know that there is no way we're going to get a rate of return on our investment the way that we would if we had our own family and our own kids who loved us. Unlike idiots like Stephen A. Jackson, but I'm talking about the average father. So yeah, some of you stepdads, you ain't got to, some of you biological dads, you don't have to worry about us. I'm gonna say this again. Some of you biological dads, and not most of y'all globally, y'all ain't got to worry about us. I don't want your baby mama, because I don't want to be around your kids. And I don't want to be around your kids, not because they're not bad, but because they are not my kids. And I want to know what it's like to be loved by my kids. That is so serious. You said South Africa? Thank you, brother. Thank you very much. Yeah, these dudes might be, yeah, I know, right? That's what I was thinking, the same thing. Shout out to Master Thrill in the building. He said, I think that she might have said Rand. Okay, you might be right, brother. Rand, and that's South Africa, which is America Junior. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Let me bring it back a little bit.
40,000 rands cash maintenance every month. Okay, he must retain the children on his medical aid.
30,000 rands. Goodness gracious.
And pay their medical expenses, and make additional monthly payments, including 35,000 rands for the ex-wife's rent.
And they're not even his kids.
They're not his kids. It's not his wife anymore.
Oh, yeah.
And then the court has favored the lady.
The court has favored the lady. Oti, this is in the best interest of the children.
Sure.
Yeah. It's not my kids.
You're signing these papers.
I'm not signing nothing. No, I'm not. I just told you I'm not signing this.
Since she's been born.
This paper, I'm not signing. I'm not signing that. This is her decision to get divorced. So why should I pay for her daughter that's not mine biologically? Whether you think I adopted her or not, yeah, I took care of her.
Give us 15 and we'll figure this out.
Okay, you might need 15. You know what I'm saying?
7 years of being in your daughter's
You're throwing away 7 years.
You raised her.
This was your idea, not mine.
Raised her. We were together.
This is your idea, not mine.
You know what?
Was it not your idea to get divorced?
Look, we're not getting anywhere.
Okay.
Let's just take 15 minutes to cool off and come
How
back.
you don't want to help me take care of Charlotte?
Yo, you being unprofessional,
You
man.
don't want to help me take care of
You're
Charlotte.
very unprofessional.
So what am I supposed to tell
Talk to the
her?
lawyer.
So what am I supposed to tell her?
Tell her that we
So what
getting
am I supposed
divorced.
to tell her?
Okay, I'm
So
not
you
signing that.
just
Quit
walking
on
out
that
of
at
her
me.
life completely.
Yes, I am. I'm closing this chapter in my life.
Follow Masculine Craze for more relationship advice and tips.
And lastly, people just don't see any real value on being a good black man anymore. That used to get you somewhere in the black community. It would get you a high status in church. It would give you opportunities. It might get you connections and things like that. Well, the whole society is changed in the black American community these days. People don't look at out of wedlock births bad anymore. In fact, pastors are having them now. I'm looking at you, Jamal A. Bryant. There was an incentivization.
Isaiah say, R.I.P. KS. He tired. And it's over now. Blame yourself, ladies. Blame yourselves. That is so true, brother. That is so true.
For being married. Now you just look odd. And when you look at all of the things that you have to do, it's just not worth it for a lot of men. So why be a good black man? Why be a strong black father? Don't get me wrong. I salute every strong black father and good black man out there. You're one of a kind. But unfortunately, what I have seen guys do is take their good black father, strong black man narrative and kind of put it into the garage or take it to other communities because there's just a lack of incentive to do so. And the downfall of the good black man is satisfying to a lot because it created this new person, a person with a lot of leverage, a person with a lot of options, a person that says, what are you going to do for me if I'm going to deal with you? Because if I want kids, I can just have those kids and then I ain't got to really marry you. I can go have those kids somewhere else. I can move to another country and deal with somebody else. I have more opportunities now than I did in the 70s and 80s and 90s. So I don't have to be a good black man just to impress the black community.
And a lot of people, a lot of men don't realize that yet. I think right now that is the, how can I word it? The current state of journey of most black men. I'll say this again. This is the current journey, current learning lesson, however you want to word it, for most black men. When I was in the feds, there was this brother. You could tell he was very educated. And I remember one day he pulled me to the side. He said, "Dre, I've been watching you, bruh." He said, "I saw you when you first came in. You were just a regular hood dude." He said, "Now you this educated brother that nobody can recognize." He said, "You're going to come to a crossroads real soon." And I said, "What? What crossroads?" He said, "The crossroads of being a nigga and a black man." He said, "You're going to have to make a choice. You can't be both." He said, "I don't even know how long you've been a nigga." He said, "But I'm watching you develop into a black man. I'm telling you, you're going to come to a crossroads to where you can be a true asset to this planet, or you can fall back into what you were before you came to prison." And I keep this is the crazy part. That was the only time me and that brother ever spoke. Only time. We probably said hi, bye to each other, in passing. But for the most part, that was the only sit down conversation me and that brother had. He said, "I see you at your crossroads. And you're going to have to make a choice. You can be one of these other niggas out here feeling guilty for the black community and the black community and try to keep this black love thing together and all that, or you could be a black man. and you dictate your life the way God and you dictate it, you will no longer, as a black man, you are no longer moved by guilt. Niggas are moved by guilt. Dr. Umar talked to you and you feel guilty, and now you want to stay with the black queens who get you locked up. You feel guilty, and then you become a stepdad. You feel guilty, and then you start giving money to people that don't care nothing about you. But just because they're black, you feel guilty. You give job opportunities to black people because you feel guilty, not because they have the skills to do it, but just because they're black. Yes, white people do that too, but as a black man, you do it out of guilt. He said, you got a choice. You can be a black man for the rest of your life. You can be a nigga for the rest of your life. But Dre, I promise you, by experience, you cannot be both. He said, I'm going to tell you this. The only reason I'm in this prison with you because I stopped being a black man and I fell back into being a nigga. And once I went back to being a nigga, I ended up in this prison with you. He said, so I'm giving you some advice, bruh. When you get out of here, you can do what I didn't do. Stop or don't focus on being a nigga. And what is a nigga? Moved by emotions and moved by guilt. Niggas do everything out of emotions and do everything because they feel bad or guilty if they don't do it. That's my mama right there, bro. That's my mama. Man, that's my sister. I killed somebody by my sister. Niggas are moved by emotions and moved out of guilt. Black men are rarely moved or dictated by their emotions, and you cannot you cannot guilt black men into doing shit. If a black man gonna do it, he gonna do it because he wanted to. If he's gonna help and support because he wanted to, not because you made him feel guilty about the black community. Lastly, I want to say is this. I don't know why some of y'all still talk about some black community tie and y'all walk around with African dashikis on and African the African continent on around your neck. Bruh, you about to move to the Philippines. What the hell you walk around with African garb on and you move it to the Philippines? I know some Afrocentric brothers that's living here in Colombia. Nigga, what the hell you got to do with the Afro-Colombian population? You are African American. You can relate. Man, I know Negroes down here in Cali that think because they learn Spanish and they learned a little bit about black history about the Colombians that they are damn near Afro-Colombian. Nigga, you are not Afro-Colombian because you know Spanish. And go ahead and piss off one Afro-Colombian. They will remind your ass in 4 different types of Spanish that you are not them. I do not come down here and try to pretend Ungawa black power. Hell no. I respect my Afro-Colombians and what they do and what they've gone through and what they're still going through. I am not trying to come down here acting like I got a picket sign and a bullhorn and I'm Afro-Colombian too. Hell no. I'm African, a motherfucking American. I know plenty of them dudes that come down here, them pro-African brothers, bring their ass down here to Colombia. Nigga, what? Okay, y'all been down here for years. All you pro-African brothers, y'all been in these countries for years. What changes have you made? I'll wait. You want to come down here with a kufa on, a red, black, and green kufa? My brothers, my sisters, my Brazilian brothers and sisters. Go ahead, all you my Brazilian brothers and sisters. What have you done for the Brazilian brothers and sisters community? You've been going to Brazil for 15 years? What have you ever done for the community? Not a damn thing. Sit your ass down somewhere. Sit your asses down somewhere. Let these people who've been living in these countries for years be who they are, and you be who you are. Stay the hell out the way. If you're going to volunteer, that's one thing. If you're going to help the community, that's one thing. But if you think that you can't even kumbaya with brothers and sisters in the States, how the fuck you gonna kumbaya with South American black people? That's the part that gets me. Y'all don't tell Colombian, y'all don't tell the Brazilian sisters the truth that black people in the United States don't get along like that. Y'all don't tell people on the 54 countries of Africa, y'all don't tell them that we don't get along either. Y'all will sit y'all happy asses down and always talk about how we don't get along with the African brothers or the Caribbean brothers, or we African Americans, da-da-da-da. Y'all would do all that. We don't care about the diaspora. Y'all would do all that shit, but you would not. Umar, why don't y'all tell the truth? Quali and all you motherfuckers, why don't y'all tell these people the truth? That just like Africans don't get along with each other, African Americans don't get along with each other like that either. We always try to sell that narrative to other countries like we all one love. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, if I'm lying, name the era when black people were all at one. 60s, civil rights movement was by a small pool of people, not everybody. Not everybody was part of the civil rights movement. Just a small pool of people. 50s, that same time too. 40s and 20s, Jim Crow. Come on, slavery, we were on plantations. We thought one plantation was better than another plantation. We thought our slavery on our plantation was better than another. When was that era that y'all talk about some black love? 70s, when we was pimps and smacking up black women like they was hoes? Come on. 80s, when we treat them like they was in the Freakniks? 90s too? When was this black love era that y'all keep talking about this black love time period, that so elusive black love era? Tell me. Y'all can chat GPT it or Google it or whatever the fuck y'all want. When was this era when we ever was all one, utopian? Everybody was together in the black community. When that shit ever happened? We had black gangs in the 70s and 80s and 90s. When did this ever happen? Where the white man was holding us back. I didn't say nothing about the white man. I asked y'all, when did black love, unity like that ever happen? I'm not talking about no small towns like Tulsa and Tulsa. I'm not talking about no Rosewood. I'm talking about nationwide, black people just loving on each other. When this shit ever happened? It damn sure ain't happened in Detroit and Chicago. New York, y'all better not tell no lie. Soon as if you in the wrong barrio, you in trouble. You from Queens and you got caught in the Bronx? Oh, that's your ass. When was this era? The panhandle of Florida couldn't get along with Southern Florida. New Orleans, they couldn't stay in Atlanta. When was this black love era? This old magical black love. I remember when we was together. When were we together like that? In the 60s, they was kicking the fathers out of the house. When was this black love? I'm tired of, dude. You guys know how old I am. Voice. I am tired of pretending. I'm tired of pretending, bro. I'm tired of trying to chase something like a carrot that doesn't even fucking exist. Black families exist. This all utopian black love thing has never existed. Black unity has existed. Black political power has existed. Our growth in education, in economics, has existed. Black love as a unity has never existed in the United States or beyond. And if I'm wrong, name the era. Like I said, even during slavery, they had us believing that our plantation was better than the plantation down the road. Our slaves, we as slaves were better than Mr. Gilmore's slaves. We got 40 acres. They've only got 20 acres. We could work in the big house. They are not allowed in the big house. Damn shame that it took 2 years for black folks in Texas to find out that slavery ended. You know who didn't tell black folks that slavery ended in Texas? Black folk. Ain't none of y'all thought about that, hey y'all? Juneteenth is the celebration of the slaves in Texas finally finding out, this broke, finally finding out that they's free, right? They's free. How come it took 2 years? 2 years. So could none of you Negroes in Louisiana go to Texas and tell them that they were free? Could none of you Negroes from Kentucky make it to Texas and tell them they was free? Could none of you Negroes that was in Illinois make it to Texas and tell them Texas folks they was free? It took 2 years for them folks to find out that they were free. And y'all want to talk about some black love. I would have understood it. I would have understood it if somebody went and didn't nobody believe them. And y'all know y'all free. Stop lying. I would have believed that one. Ain't none of you brothers in groups go to Texas for 2 years. Dude, if you walked, it didn't take 2 years to walk to Texas. Today, it don't take 2 years to walk to Texas. You telling me a bunch of brothers couldn't have went to Texas and told them brothers and sisters, hey, I'm telling y'all, if y'all see us, we free. I'm telling y'all free. $2 years. Don't tell me about no damn black unity. I know, right? I broke the Presidente. It's officially broken. 2 years. While the rest of y'all black folks running around free and shit, you ain't tell none of your brothers and sisters in Texas that they just as free as you are. 2 years. Damn shame. And that's why I'm so proud of the new version of black men that's starting to realize, let me put myself first and let me go where I'm appreciated, not tolerated.
Fact, F the community. What is the community gonna do for me? What are you women gonna do for me? That's the mentality that's going on right now. And these black men kind of have the ability to sit back and say, well, you know what? I don't even have to get into the game. And I always talk about that. You know how many men just work 9 to 10 months out of the year and just go and live 2 months in the DR or go and live 3 months?
Absolutely correct. I got a video of that coming up. I got another YouTube channel I'm going to be launching called Retiremental. And it's all about the mindset of retirement. I'll be talking about politics of retirement. I'll be talking about countries of retirement. I'll be talking about how to use your economics with retirement. The YouTube channel I'm going to be launching is a Retiremental. It's a channel that I've always wanted to do. I didn't know it was ahead of its time. I've been sitting on this one for a few years, and I think now it's time. And the YouTube channel is going to be called Retiremental. And he's right. He's 100% correct. Men are starting to realize their value in other countries and the benefits of living in other countries. And one of the episodes that I'm going to be doing here and I'm going to be doing on that channel is centered around making the United States your second home and not your only home. I did a video of that during COVID in 2020. Make the United States your second home, not your only home. Some of you brothers who are truck drivers, you could make the United States your second home. Some of you dudes that are working the oil rigs, and you know how you guys get your 1 month, 2 months vacation, you could make the United States your second home. Some of you guys that work in tech, you school teachers, or work in the education field, you got 2.5 to 3 months. You should be in the United States making your money, yes, but treat it like it's your second home, not your only home. Your real home should be in DR. Soon as the school year ends, you supposed to have your ass on a plane. Ain't no way in here. You supposed to be coming back when it's time to come back to work. I know dudes that own property down. You know who does that a lot? Richie Mac, T Mac, Will the Thrill. A lot of guys have property and responsibilities back home, but that's not their first home. They've made the United States their second home, not their only home. So some of you guys need to just restructure yourself and say, okay, cool. If I'm in the United States 9 months of the year, but I'm out the United States living my life in my real home for 3 months, I'll take that for now. I'll take that for now. I may not be able to move full time out the United States for another 5, 6, 7 years. Cool. But if I can live outside the United States for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months out of the year, I will take that for now. What's my point? Do not think that you need to leave out the United States. It's all or nothing. It's 12 months or nothing. You can leave out. I did it part-time, like I'm telling you to. T-Mac, Richie Mac, Taylor Made Dreams, Ace Live, all of us started off part-time of the year until we went 100% full-time. A lot of you guys have been believing the narrative that I'm either 100% out or 100% in. You don't have to do it like that. Not if you don't want to. So like I said, I got a couple of videos coming up on that, but that's going to be one of the things that I sent around the YouTube channel, Retiremental. It's going to be all about retirement. I'm going to talk a lot about Social Security, talk about some of the laws that are taking place, some of the policies, the congressmen that are speaking on Social Security and retirement, some of the benefits of retiring young in another country. What is retirement in another country? What does it look like? How your expenses differ in another country? Because even though I like what my brother Todd said, he said, don't make the mistake of trying to build an America in another country. And what he meant was this: don't go to another country buying Frosted Flakes, knowing that because that Frosted Flakes had to be shipped from America, tariffs, extra taxes, now that Frosted Flakes that cost $4 or $7 in the United States costs you $9 overseas. And you're like, man, I'm supposed to get a deal for being over here overseas. No, You are trying to build America in another country. Don't do that. Don't do that. There are so many soda brands. Why do you have to have Pepsi or Coca-Cola if it's the same price as the United States? Get that local country's brand of soda if you drink soda. Get that country's local brand of cerveza, beer. But a lot of guys try to go to another country. A lot of ladies try to retire in another country, and it's expensive. Why? Because you try to make your American experience in another country. You try to revamp or franchise America. Stop trying to franchise America. I give you a perfect example today. I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that. Shout out to Kings and Dreams in the building. King says this, he say facts. And Kings and Dreams is another example of part-time. He said, I'm a half pat until half patriot, in other words, or expat, until my son is 18. That's exactly how you do it. You live part-time in the United States, not full-time. And even if you live a month outside the United States, you know that month is your real home, and the United States is your second home where you make your money. You just in the States to make your money. And nothing wrong with that. You ain't dating in the States. You ain't mating in the States. You just enjoying life. Your real life is in your country. Like I say in DR, for example, that 1 month in DR, you are at home. And when you get back to the States, time to get back to work. Until you are full time. Shout out to my man supporting men in the building. But yeah, Andre and I were talking about. He said, Andre, you should trademark. I actually am retiramental. Yep, I'm actually going to be doing that. I'm glad that you reminded me of that as well, brother. I really am. Thank you very much. Me and Andre were talking about that before. Andrea saw me with the purchasing of the furniture, getting the apartment. We're talking about a year to a year and a half before I moved down. So every trip was about purchasing this, purchasing that, doing this, doing that, searching this neighborhood, searching that neighborhood. Also, when I finally moved down here, I did not try to make America a franchise. I did not try to do what I would do in America in the sense of prices. I tried that and it didn't work. You guys heard me tell the story of I was paying $1,800 a month for my 1-bedroom apartment in Tampa. So I said, that's my budget for my apartment. In my mind, right? In my mind, in Medellin, in Cali, that's going to be my budget. So I get to Cali with the 1,800 mindset. I didn't realize it was too big of a bang for my buck. Now, check it out. This is for all you guys that's panicking about the US dollar becoming weaker in Colombia. Like right now it's at 3,001. It used to be 5,001 a couple years ago. Some guys are, it's going to tear up tourism. Nobody's going to come to. I came to Colombia when it was $2,700, $2,500 to one. Here's my point. At 2,700 pesos to $1, with my $1,800 a month mental budget, I had a 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom, brand new condo, gym, 2 parking areas, just the works. I was trying to franchise America. $1,800. $1,800 in Tampa, $1,800 here. I'm franchising, right? Here's the mistake. Andrea told me, she said, okay, this is beautiful. How you gonna get down the hill of this beautiful apartment complex? Humming you can hear. Andre, this apartment is beautiful, but these condos are up in the hills. You don't own a car. That's how we got out north. Just in case you guys wonder, how do we get in this area? I had to learn I couldn't franchise my American experience. So I had to listen to a local, our Airbnb host, and Andrea. You need to go out north. It's still zone 6, zone 5, Strata 6, Strata 5. It's still night, but it's flat land. I said, okay, let me go look at apartments out there. And we found our apartment that we stayed in for 5 years, our first 5 years. Why? Because I stopped trying to franchise my American experience. I need the biggest, most fantabulous looking house on the hill. Oh yeah, I don't have a car. I don't have a car. That's what kills a lot of people when they go to Thailand, Philippines, a lot of locations. We franchise in our minds. I want my life that I had in America, or even better, at Thailand prices. And you can't do that. When you get to Thailand, you have to live a Thai life. Now, you have to live the Thai upper class life because you can afford it, or the Thai middle class life because you can afford it, but it's still the Thai life. Here's another example. In the States, me and Andrea, when it comes to my fish, because I'm a pescatarian, when it comes to my fish, we get fresh caught fish. I mean, I don't get my fresh fish from the grocery store. Fresh caught. We went and got a piece of fish for me today, a red snapper. Dude, that thing was this big. The head was bigger than my head. I'm talking about humongous. Give me that one and give me that other big boy. And they chop it up for you real good, and they wrap it in plastic for you. Everything that they do in the grocery store that would cost you $200-300 for one fish would cost me $200-300 in the States. Was like $40, chopped up and separated, scales removed, all that, all the fins taken off, everything, right? If I had gone to the grocery stores to try to get that same fish here in Colombia, it would cost me 3 times as much. I would easily pay $150 just for one giant red snapper. But because I go to the fish market, you see the difference? In the United States, let's be honest, we don't go to the fish markets like that. We go to the grocery stores. But if I would have come to America, come from America to Colombia and just went to the grocery stores to get my meat, in other words, the fish, like we normally do, dude, I'd be paying 3 times as much for the fish that I like to get. In other words, don't franchise whatever you were doing and how you were doing it in America. Don't try to do that. If you're in Colombia, you want to live and enjoy the upper class version of Colombia. If you live in Thailand, you want to live the upper class version of Thailand. If you live in Panama or Brazil, you want to live the upper class version of Brazil. You don't want to go to Brazil and make a mini America or a franchise version of America. That's when Brazil gets expensive. That's when Thailand gets expensive. That's when Colombia gets expensive. You're trying to emulate, I need frosted flakes, but you forget these frosted flakes need to be shipped in with a tariff. Compared to when you get them in the States, they only come from Battle Creek, Michigan. You could get them from a truck, not a flight. There are no tariffs. So that box of frosted flakes could be $7 in the States. Now you come to Colombia, that same box of Frosted Flakes is $10, $12. And you're trying to live that American experience with the Frosted Flakes and the Fruit Loops, and you're doing yourself a disservice. Don't live the upper class American life in another country. Live that country's upper class. You see where I'm going with that? Don't make that mistake, man. I kid you not. Do not make that mistake. Right, IMF. He said, just like the Japanese run to the fish market right from the boat. That's how Colombia is. Like if they run out of my fish, they'll call me and Andre say, hey, we just got some fish in, or the boats just came in, blah, blah, blah. You want us to put something to the side for you or whatever? And I'm talking about some big dogs, man. I ain't talking about no little, I'm talking about some big dogs. I mean, big dogs, man. They cut that fish up. I'll be like, yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, I love me some red snapper, man. But if I go to Exeter to try to get it, no, you're not trying to do that. One of the reasons we move to these countries is the bang for the buck. Yeah, the giants, right. The giant snappers. That's a good point. I never thought about that. He said, Keisha would have said, you need to get a car. Why you ain't get it? Why you ain't get it yet? And it better be a Mercedes. That's so true. Keisha would have told me to get that apartment, the 5-bedroom apartment in Cali or Medellin. And would have said, well, why don't you just buy a car? A Mercedes. That's so true. So true. Kings of Dream said more like 15, 20. He said what Dre is saying, don't outbeard yourself thinking the United States way. Absolutely correct. Adapt to your environment. Great way, Jay. Great way of putting it. Great way of putting it. He said, trivia question, Andre. He said, what's the best fish that you ever had? Salmon, snapper, or even some. There is some better fish, man, that I've had here that was like crazy, but I won't lie. Colombian, that giant snapper is no joke because it's when they slice it up, they slice it thick like steaks, bruh. Dude, when you turn that, I kid you not, once they slice it, it's about that thick, and if you turn it sideways, it's about that round. So you got a piece of fish that's gigantic, dude. When I make my man, listen, and it's just delicious, and you can tell that it's fresh caught. But don't get it twisted. The salmon down here is healthy. That's fresh caught. That's fresh sliced up. To where back in the States, you got your salmon, you got to worry if you got those little invisible worms crawling through inside the salmon. You got to, in the States, y'all got to examine your salmon like, okay, is it moving? Okay, this is cool. You got to look at the expiration date on your, Down here, salmon is fresh caught, and it goes like that. That fish goes like that. The first time that I've seen Colombian catfish, I just saw it today. Them things are humongous. Now, I don't eat catfish, I used to eat it in the States, but I don't eat catfish in Colombia. It's just a health thing, right? But man, the head was about that big. I just saw it today. Head was about that big, and it was just long, man. I'm like, I ain't never seen a catfish that big. But yeah, I was like, yeah, give me the giant red snappers. Give me a couple of those. He said, what's the best fish you ever had? Oh, I think I read that one already. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's my favorite, the snapper. Andre would tell you the snapper is my favorite. in the States, when I was in Michigan, the trout, because you get Canadian trout and bass. Like if you live in Michigan, you know what I'm talking about. Giant trout and trout and the bass. Oh my God, good fish. That I do miss. Canadian bass or salmon. I mean Canadian bass or trout. Salmon is good, but snapper is MVP. That's true. That is so true, Jay. He said, Andre, you need to show a video for the channel, Patreon. I thought about that today. The next time we go, I am going to record. I kid you not. We had already gone to the fish market and I was putting the fish away, right? Because I told Andrea this. I said, every time we go to the fish market, I'm like a kid in a candy store because I'm so excited about to get the fresh fish. And so I was putting the fish away to put it in the freezer, right? Andrea was gone. And I was thinking to myself, I was like, man, I should have recorded this fish market experience. I say, so next time we go to the fish market, I am going to record the experience, because they have the fish on ice, right? They have the fish on ice, and you could choose. It'll be like 60, 70 fish. And you could choose which ones you want. And I'm like, yeah, let me get that big boy, and let me get that big boy over there. And then they weigh it for you. You can see the price, how much it weighs, as well as how much the price is. And then the salmon, it's fresh, and they cut the salmon up and everything. And then they have all type of other fish and shrimp and octopus, giant octopus, all that stuff. They have those as well. Yeah, that's a good idea. I thought about that today. Yep. Right. Fresh, man. Fresh meat. Shout out to Gabriel being in the building. He says this. He said, when you relocate to another country, you want to live that upper middle class life, middle class version of that particular country. Church, absolutely correct. You do not want to say, boy, if I was in America, I live like I know some. Check it out, Gabriel. I know dudes that say this. I'm not moving outside of America until I can afford a mansion in another country. You don't need a mansion in another country. Usually houses that are that large are on the outskirts and you need a car. Okay. I want to show you guys something. Some of you guys have seen this. Some of you guys haven't. I'll tell you what I mean. I want to show you exactly what I mean. This is here in Cali, Colombia. Let me pull up the images. Okay. We're going to come back and finish off the video. Don't get me wrong. Give me a second, but this is important. Guys always talking about, I need me a mansion. Okay, cool. Why you mansioning? Watch this. This is here, Cali, Colombia, out south. It's called Ponce area. Okay. These are the big boy houses. Let me see if I can blow this up a little bit. Nope. It won't blow up any further. Let's see if it lets me show off this house. Make it larger. Nope, it won't. So these are the big boy houses. This is Cali. This is Cali, Colombia. Century 21 with the yard and everything. This is Cali, Colombia. If you do not have a vehicle, ain't no use of you being out here in this area of Ponce. But you got people that will tell you stay in the States until you can get a house this big. If I can't afford a mansion, I'm not leaving America. Bruh, no. No. You build the plane as you drop off the cliff. You build the plane as you drop off the cliff. You might not be able to get the mansion until you want, or what you want, until you get a vehicle. Now, y'all ready? Now, Andrea and I could live in Ponce. We're always over there going to restaurants anyway. So we could do that. But without a vehicle, we could not do that. We couldn't even imagine living in this area without a vehicle. You just can't. You get a lot of land. Wish I could blow some of these houses up. Let you guys see them. Let's look at this video. Let's see if we can see watch this video. Okay, here we go. This is a good one. This is Ponce. If you do not have a car, I don't care how much money you have, you are not living in Ponce area. This is in Cali. These houses are for sale. Let's look at this one. This is Ponce again. Absolutely correct, Chalupe. That's what I said. And you're going to need domestic workers. Absolutely. Beautiful area. It depends on the weight. It depends on how much your snapper weighs. Yep, Southern Cali. Excuse me. In Southern Cali, yep. You know what? I do not know. Let me. You go for Ponce. I ain't gonna lie. You better come out. You better ready to come out of 2-3 million. For Ponce area, you better be ready to come out of 2-3 million. That's a given. I mean, you get more of a bang for your buck than the United States, and there's a lot of people live in this area. That's why when T-Mac and I tell you that Colombians and Kings and Dreams try to tell guys that Colombians are not broke. It's a lot of Colombians that live in this area, bro. Let me see if I see some other ones in this one. $1 million for this one right here. So yeah. Here's another one. Hardin is right outside the Ponza area as well. Here's another Ponzi. So this one is probably 1.6 mil. I don't know how much that is in dollars. That's in pesos. That's probably 900,000, 800,000, like 800,000. Yeah, that price is right around. Ooh, less than that. That price has got to be around, divided by 3, about 700 mil, like 750. If you divide it by 3. So yeah. So yeah. Thanks, T-Mac. Oh, that's not a bad price. That's not a bad price. Yeah, divided by 3. There was a time when it was divided by 4, but now it's divide everything by 3. So yeah, man. If you're gonna be here in Cali and you don't have a car, and these dudes talking about, so I'm gonna buy me a mansion. Whatever. Half of the dudes don't even want to drive in Colombia. So not saying that they're scared to drive, they just don't want to be bothered with the driving part.
In Colombia are coming, just hang out 3 months in Africa. Yeah, that's the new thing nowadays because you get the most leverage for that. You can come in and just work and focus on what you got to do. You take some time off and go someplace else. And you literally don't have to deal with American women ever again. And that's the new good black man. He's largely single, typically unmarried, this new version. And this guy has all the marbles that he can just sit there and do one thing that many women in the black community can't, which is wait.
I'm getting the hell out of America. I'm going to live my life on my terms. Choosing to be more selfish with my time and stop slaving to somebody else's dream and start living mine. Because me going to work every day, that's not living, that's suffering. Get 2 days off. You really only get 1 to enjoy your life. Out of 7 days, they want me to do that till I'm 70 years old. Fuck that. If I fail, I don't care. At least I know I tried. I can live with failure, but I can't live with not trying.
Are you ever going back to America?
No.
Why not?
Because, man, for me, the quality of life here, a lot more peaceful. Not dealing with the element of racism, systematic oppression and racism. Society here is not falling apart like it is in the States. And as for a black man, I don't have that third X on my back, man. You know how that goes. So here, not only that, you get to meet people from all over the world. You get to interact with people from Africa, from Europe, Japan, Hong Kong, China, all of Asia, all of South America lives here. So you have all kind of different dialects and people bring their cultures here, but everybody here messes peacefully. And plus, you don't have the crime that you do like you do in the States. So yeah, I ain't going back either way.
Wow, fantastic. And where are you from in the States, Sean?
Texas, Dallas, Texas, Oak Cliff. For all the homies down there from the Texas, man, the big Lone Star State, man. I love you. I love my people down there. But if you get the opportunity, man, get your passport.
I'm going to say it. Going to cover it. There seems to be such a disdain for men leaving the United States to go travel other places. Men have been doing it for years. But now that the collective of men or black men have decided to do that, there seems to be a problem. There seems to be a problem with that. There seems to be a problem if men now wants to leave and go other places. Why would he do that? Those women, you must be going over there for sex. Let's be for real about it. You going over there because the women are broke over there. You're going over there for little girls. You going there because the economy's bad over there and you got all this money and you going to just go over there living like a king.
It's crazy how I had to leave America to feel respected as a man. Quick story. I land in Japan. I'm completely lost. And I don't know what train to get onto or which line to go so I could get into Tokyo, the city. I see this Japanese worker. I walk up to him and he starts helping me. He can barely understand me, but he listens slowly, carefully, and he's patiently helping me. Their patience is very high. They're very nice people. By doing so, this young white girl walks up. Now she looks all panicked and she's lost as well, but she interrupted us. He turned to her and said, "You must wait. I helped him. You must not interrupt us." That hit me. That hit me. I had never felt that before in America. I wasn't just some black man being ignored. I felt respected. Now in America, I know how that would have played out. She would have got the help first. No, she would have got the sympathy, the understanding. But not there. Not this time. That moment stayed with me. I see what it feels like to be treated with basic respect. Not because of race, but because I'm a human being. And I shouldn't have to leave America just to feel that. Escape the pressure. Fade to black.
Shout out to that brother. That was a good story. That was a good story. And there are thousands of us with those same type of stories. And so it is with you gentlemen. That's why we do this channel, Love Crossing Borders, where you can find love across borders or fall in love with the borders that you cross. This is why we do these channels. We want you guys to feel encouraged. We want you to feel like you're not by yourself. We want you to feel like you got brothers on the other end that can walk you through the process. Because I'm telling you now, Tailor Made Dreams, Richie Mack, El Guapo, Steve, our brothers from Solo Travel ORD, and a lot of Aaron, Passport Bro movement. A lot of us did not have the textbooks and the information that you guys have. We didn't have the networks. Nobody was around. Shout out to Danny, Flight Madness over there in Japan. In China. Been in China for almost 11 years. Shout out to Theo Wolf. All those years that he spent in Europe and in Japan. Shout out to T-Mac, who spent time in Japan. There was no blueprint for all you guys. Now, there's a network of guys that you can reach out to at any point in time and on any topic on many of these countries. You guys have what we don't have. Take advantage of it. take advantage of it. I'm telling you, man. I am in that area. I'm jealous. I am jealous because we didn't have nothing. We had a map. It was like moving to another country was like having a paper map. Am I lying? It was like having a paper map, Kofa. Now you guys got GPS, consultations, YouTube videos by men and women, all the information about taxes and visas. Man, we didn't have none of this. We just had a map, and that was a paper map, and that was it. When I hear guys crying about the Colombian pesos is getting stronger, man, it used to be 4,500, almost 5,000 to $1. Man, I say, man, I came to Colombia when it was 2,500 to 1. It wasn't even 3 to 1 like it is today. I got here when it was only 25 to 1. And it was still a bang for your buck. And I built a life in Colombia off of 25 to 1. And you guys are crying. I'm sorry. I can't relate. I can't relate. I cannot relate, man. So when I sit back and I say, and I mean it, yeah, yes, sir. Salute to the Trailblazers. When I say take advantage of, if you're going to Thailand, take advantage of the Richie Max, the Chocolate Men in Thailand, all the other brothers that are in Thailand. There are YouTube channels out there that are interviewing people, man. One of the things that we're going to be doing a lot of on the YouTube channel, Retiremental, is a lot of interviews of people from around the world that have retired in other countries. So it's going to be black men, white men, black women, white. It's going to be so many people, man, because I want you guys. Here's the key part. I'm going to come to you in a second, Akofa. Here's the key part. The number one gift that I received from Taylor Made Dreams and Ace Live and I Am Marwa and Jabrail Passport Heavy, they kept me encouraged when I didn't have anybody else. When I cut my cell phone off with nobody talking about travel in my real life, my Uncle Jeffrey didn't know. The rest of my family didn't know. All the females I was sleeping with in Florida, they didn't know except for the Colombians and maybe a couple of Caribbeans that I was cool with, a couple of German chicks I was smashing. Okay, the Italian chicks too. But everyday people in my life, nobody knew to keep me encouraged. I could easily say this. I would have given up on relocating or traveling the way that I did if it was not for watching Ace, watching and listening to Taylor Made Dreams. They didn't even have to show me areas. Taylor Made Dreams used to sit inside of his condo and just talk. Every once in a while, Taylor Made Dreams will be at a bar or he would be outside. You rarely see him at a beach. Most of the time, he just cut the camera on, have a drink in his hand, and just talk to you about DR. If it was not for those dudes coming on camera almost every day, bruh, I don't think I would have moved the way I did. You military brothers, because you have experience, I can see y'all moving, but I'm gonna tell you this now. If it wasn't for them dudes coming on, cutting them cameras on and making me feel like I wasn't stupid or I wasn't by myself when it came to relocating to another country as a black man, I don't think I would have had the encouragement to do it. Even if I would have had the money, even if I would have had the time, even if I had the opportunity, these men encouraged me to say, you can do it too, bruh. Ain't nothing special about us. Ace was like, hey, I'm in Colombia. You can come to Colombia. Jabrail Passport Heavy, he goes around the world letting you know that you can do it. Shout out to the African brother, I Am Marwa. When he first started, he was just interviewing college kids at the campus in Bogota. That's how his YouTube channel was. He just interviewed kids in college because he was teaching English. That's how he got the job. He was an English speaker from his country, his small town in Africa. I forget which country he's from. He got the job to come to Bogota to teach English. To teach English. Somebody smell good, Mrs. Spence. I like that. And I kid you not, bruh. Because of those men, bruh, that's why I'm here today. And this is why I come on the channel so often, because I want you guys to feel encouraged. When you cut these cameras off, and you cut your cell phone off, and you got to spend the rest of your day, you feel encouraged. Like, okay, I'm not crazy about wanting to live in another country. It's not far-fetched. I'm not stupid. I know my family, my friends don't get it. Thank you, babe, for the frozen one. My friends and my family might not get it, but I'm telling you guys, there are thousands of men of all races and thousands of women and retirees. They get it. They get why you want to move to another country. Kofa says this with the $5 love. He said, out here looking like you're hunting for buried treasure. This is true. He said, thank all of you for paving the way. I know all we had was a map and it had an X on it. Looking for buried. I wish I was lying, bruh. That's how you felt when we first came to man. All you do, oh my God, you got all these YouTubers in here in Colombia now, and everybody want to be, share information, and I love it. Do not get it twisted. I love seeing all these wonderful content creators in Colombia, because I'm telling you, it was just me, Ace Live, I Am Marwa, and then it was the one young white kid for about a year until he moved back to Oregon. He was like 17 years old. And I'm telling y'all, other than us four, really three, it was nobody else. It was no white YouTubers here in Colombia. It was no Colombian YouTubers in Colombia. People that came to Colombia would come, get footage, and leave Colombia. But nobody was talking about on YouTube. Nobody was talking about living Colombia. Now I see all these Colombian YouTubers like they're experts, and I love it. I love promoting, and I have other content creators that are here in Colombia. I love it, bro. But I'm telling you, you guys get a lot more than what we had. You said it just right, Kofa. We had the map with an X on it, and that was it. that was it. We looking for the buried treasure, and that was it. So to see all you guys doing great here, man, we love it. We love it, man. We're proud of every one of you guys that are relocating and visiting other countries. And like I mentioned yesterday, before I let you guys go, do realize how rare you are. %, of the planet from the time, and I looked this up the other day, which blew me away. 80% of the planet from the time that commercial flights have been in place, from the time that they said, hey, we could put a bunch of people on a plane and fly them out, only 20% of the planet has ever gotten on a plane, domestically or internationally. That's it, 20%. It looks like it's more people getting on the plane. It's the same people getting on airplanes over and over. Think about how many of your family members don't fly. How many of your boys, your partners, really don't fly like that? Like you do. Think about how many ex-chicks that you smash. They didn't have to fly in to get smashed. You gentlemen are rare. Do not take that for granted. Do not take the fact that you flew to Thailand for granted. The fact that you came to Colombia, you kind of like take it like, I flew to Colombia. No. You are one of the few that flew to South America. You can walk and knock on doors for 10 to 20 block radius around you in your neighborhood. Offer $100, and none of those people have been to South America. And you've been there 5 times, 10 times. And we take it for granted. But I'm telling you, man, you are rare in human history. Think about it. Before commercial airliners, nobody went. So all those billions of people who didn't even get a chance to go because the airliners were not invented. All the Roman emperors that never got a chance to fly. Napoleon never got a chance to fly. Shaka Zulu and all the African emperors never got a chance to fly. Think about all the whole era of the the empires of Chinese empires never got a chance to fly. The Japanese empires, when they had the shogun warriors, never got a chance to fly. When Korea was nothing, none of those people ever got a chance to fly. Europe, King Henry the this and the King Henry the that, never got a chance to fly. George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, come on. Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, Christopher Columbus, that lame. All the Mayans, all the Incas never got a chance to fly. All the Greek philosophers, Roman philosophers, Aristotle, Plato, Homer, all the great artists and singers never got a chance to fly. And you are among the 20% of the planet that ever existed that actually get on planes and you fly. Don't take it for granted, brothers. Do not take it for granted. Shout out to Keita being in the building. Or Kenda. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Says a war is brewing. How do you feel about that? Let me read your other comments. She says, I've been thinking about a cough. We against the race, we all get a little cough, but people die from it. Tired of I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Traditional Murphy Cap. Kenda, we are lost with you. We trying to be on your side, but we are lost. We kind of okay. We kind of lost where you're going with that. And I'm trying to look at respectfully look at your avatar photo. I'm trying to see if you're just a dude with long hair or a lady with long hair. Fine enough by me. I'll drag you through. If you know what, here's what we're gonna do. We you know what? We ain't about to waste our time no more. It's always every once in a while some person that, yeah, we just gonna let you go from the channel. You know, I'm not a person that bans people from the channel. But if you're a weirdo and we don't know what the hell you're talking about, you gotta go. Yeah, I caught that, Leo. That's why I just banned them from the channel. Like, I'm not about to waste my time putting you a timeout on that weirdness, man. Meanwhile, all the con artists on the plantation telling you to stay on the plantation. Yeah. I know, weird. Right. I'm thinking like, wait a minute. For a second, I thought it was a chick. Then I was like, wait a minute. Is that Kenny G? Is that Kenny G? I'm waiting for him to start playing. I'm waiting for him to play some Kenny G. I was like, wait a minute, he got long hair. Is that Kenny G? You know I ain't got my glasses on. You look like Kenny. All white boys with long hair look like either Jesus or Kenny G. So I'm just saying, y'all talk about how black people look alike. White dudes, if you let your hair grow long, I'm telling you now, you gonna either be Jesus if you let your beard grow, or you looking like Kenny G. I'm just I'm just saying, you coming on here looking like Kenny G. I don't know the difference. He say swing miss 02. I know, right? He say dude trying to deaf poetry. I don't know what he did. And I like some good poetry, but goodness gracious. Yes, sir. He say, I swear there's always a strange individual popping up. You ain't lying, bro. You are not lying, Dave. Oh my goodness. Yeah, dude, kind of, I don't know where he was going with that one, man. I didn't know where he was going with that one, but let me let you gentlemen enjoy the rest of your evening. I'm about to enjoy some time with Mrs. Spence, and I got one more ice cold one to enjoy. Let's do some outro videos, and I'll see you guys. I will see you guys. Tomorrow night, we'll be talking about the Petronio Alvarez Festival. Once again, if you are interested, before I go, because I know I heard from Ronan already. If you are interested in getting a copy of this video montage that I did today on the fall and the rise of black men, with the O'Shea Duke Jackson and all that, and the Black Fathers and Stephen A. Smith, if you're trying to get this, shoot me an email and I'll send it over to you. It doesn't take me nothing but a second to do that. Just shoot me an email. I'm going to send Ronan's tonight. Once we end up this live stream, we'll just send it over to Ronan. Ronan, we still got a video that we need to do. We need to get together to probably schedule it for next week. But because I want to have you on the show for that video that I sent you in regards to the Philippines with the young lady. But if you guys want a copy, just say, hey, Dre, send me a copy. And I'll send you a copy of that video montage that we just finished watching. Shout out to all you guys. Shout out to all you gentlemen. Mr. Steven says this. He said, I'm looking to retire in about 6 to 8 years from now. He said, one I did have is to slow travel until I find a permanent place. That's exactly how you do it. Textbook perfect. Travel is not an either or. While you have if I had 8 years left I would do it just like you plan on doing it. Textbook perfect. I would go check out other countries, and then I can make my decision as I get closer to my retirement date. But you do not have to wait until you are at your retirement date and then start checking out countries. No, you're doing it just right, brother. I'm proud of you on that one. He said, is $2,300 a month adequate for traveling through South? Oh yeah. If it were me, and I kid you not, I would push my budget, if you could, between now $2,300, not bad at all. I would push my budget between, just give yourself a buffer of emergencies, $2,500 to $3,000 a month, because you know inflation is going to come while you're retired in that other country. So get ready. If it were me, I would be $2,500 to $3,000 a month. And there are 60. I wrote a book on it. 60% of the world you can live in, the upper middle class in 60% of the world. And I walk you step by step through it for $3,000, between $2,500 to $3,000 a month. A lot of people don't know that stat. When I found out that stat, I kind of like held on to it and didn't know what I was going to do with it. And then I said, you know what? I could write a book on it. And so that's what I did. And so I broke down all the countries in which you can live very well between $2,500 to $3,000 a month. Now, this is not your entertainment money. This is not your pay for play money. This is your bread and butter money and your medical expenses money, your life insurance policy money, all of this is involved. I kid you not. All of me and Andrea bills, including our life insurance policy, our utilities, 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, making sure the car is gas and all that. Any maintenance that we need, which we have very little maintenance on the car. We just do it for upkeep. I would easily say we're at $27,000 to $3,000 a month. And that's living in the upper class area of Cali. Like 27. Well, we're talking about two people. Think about it. Two people living very comfortably. $2,700 a month. No stressors. $3,000 max, at the max. And that includes our medical insurance, life insurance policies. Buying fresh fish from the fish market, all that stuff, right? Utilities, that includes all that. Yeah, hit me up, man. I got your back. Step by step. I'll walk you step by step through it. Like I said, the YouTube channel Retire Mental is going to be dedicated to individuals such as yourself to walk you step by step through relocating, the retirement process, the political ramifications of what's going on in politics in the states that's going to impact those that retired. So we're gonna be talking about all that on that channel. I'm excited for that one. I like talking about politics. All right, gentlemen, let's get ready to go up out of here. Let's get some outro videos popping off. Let's see what we got. See which one we haven't watched in a while. Let's go here. Let's start here.
We can do better. We could be chasing dreams. We know what's right, and we know how it feels. Yeah, we can do better. We can make a change for real. Yeah, we can do a lot better. We can be facing fears. We know what's up, and we know how to get there. Yeah, we can be stars. We can be the best. can make it better. We can do better. We can be setting goals. We understand right down to the soul that we can do better. We can have a heart of gold. So let's step it up. Step it up. Step it up. We could be making moves. We know what time it is, and we know just what to do. Yeah, we could be on top. You know it's true. If we just give ourselves a chance, we can show the world everything's gonna be okay. We just got to try a little every day, and we can make it better. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Vamos a bailar. Sandunguera. Guarachera, vamos a bailar. Ay, la sala está llena de gente, cuerpos sudorosos acá. La pista está hirviendo, pero te destaca, mamá, brillando como una estrella. Mira qué bonita está. Escucha el coro, mamita, que te voy a dar. Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Vamos a bailar. Guarachera, vamos a bailar. Ay, siempre un paso para adelante, después un paso para atrás. Ahora te suelto, mamita, muévete con el ritmo que va. Sandunguera, te estoy llamando, mira qué bonita estás. Escucha el coro de nuevo, que te voy a dar. Sandunguera, sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Vamos a bailar, vamos a gozar. Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Ay, sandunguera linda, vamos a bailar tú y yo. Ay, qué sabroso. Vamos a bailar, mi nena linda, vamos a gozar. Vamos a gozar. Muévete, sandunguera, vamos a guarachar. Ay, repítelo. Vamos a bailar, mi nena linda, vamos a gozar. Ay, vamos a guarachar, mamá. Sandunguera, vamos a guarachar. Oye, mira, mami, vamos a gozar, vamos a bailar. Vamos a gozar. Juntos tú y yo en la pista, mami. Vamos a guarachar. Ahora estamos tú y yo en la pista. Vamos a gozar. Ay, esa cosa que me hiciste, mami, me gustó. Vamos a guarachar. Muévete bien, chiquita. Vamos a gozar. Mueve tu cuerpo y tu cinturita. Vamos a guarachar. Oye, el ritmo te está llamando ahora. Vamos a gozar. Este ritmo es para guarachar, señora. Vamos a guarachar. Ay, camina con el mambo ahí. Vamos a gozar. Sí, mamá, Guerrera, oye, Lola. Vamos a guarachar. Vamos a guarachar. Vamos a bailar. Vamos a gozar. Ay, qué rico está, qué rico. Vamos a
Bye.